Stuck in the traffic. Arrival time 8:26. Oh, good. Okay, so this clock is ahead of time. 10 minutes, 2 minutes.
I think this is that, if you guys end up using person spring area, you can also up here,
That one locks it, and then this one is to,
and you can just.
what is this one? Just like the
It's fine, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if you'd like to use that feature. You can do it. Yeah.
Please fasten the seatbelt.
The pilot has turned on the no smoking button.
Yeah, and then obviously this is just as needed, but yeah, thank you.
Come on in. I think we'll start in a minute or two. Oh, okay. Yeah. I went to that as well, so I know kind of. Yeah, so there's a lot of like historical projects and that's like these are and what we see, but this time I can have my previous. Same thing.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Aloha. Welcome to Association of Hawaii Artists hosted panel, named Highlights from Hawaii. My name is Tasha Gandashevich, and I'm a Kadapa librarian at the University of Hawaii and Library. And I have a great pleasure to welcome and facilitate conversation about 3 panelists, 2 of which are currently asleep, but they will come any moment. It's traffic problem. And they are representing 2 of the local organizations, one of which is Pulipilu, the Handwritten Aloha and Moving Image Archive, and the Hawaii Moving Image Archive of Hawaii and Live Information Science Program at the University of Hawaii in María. Has anybody here went to the site visit yesterday? Oh, so you're in for a treat. And each panelist will give us a 10-minute presentation on their institution. We will have a discussion after that, and I will open the floor for questions for the last 10 minutes. I will introduce our first panelist for today, Dr. Andrew Wertheimer. He is Associate Professor and Live Information Science Program Director of the University of Hawaii and Panama, where he coordinates the archival and internet librarianship effort. Welcome. Hi. He's a past president of the Association of Hawaii Archivists and past Hawaii Library Association counselor of the American Library Association. Andrew, you're welcome to start.
Okay. So we're all here now, so anyway, welcome. So it's really a pleasure. So thank you so much for coming. And I really want to appreciate all of you who've made our students feel so welcome. as part of this throughout the conference, I know I've been hearing that they're really energized. So yeah, I'm from the Library Information Science program here at University of Hawaiʻi. And our program is just celebrating our 60th anniversary. And it's really fitting to be here in the East West Center because actually East West Center was instrumental for the establishing of our LIS program because the idea was that we would be able to educate for the Asia Pacific area. But my talk today is just going to focus on the archival program, and I have like 10 minutes, and I'm going to be focusing on our archival program, which really only goes back the last 2 decades. So a lot of things to cover in 10 minutes. For those of you who don't know, actually part of the origin of our archival studies actually came from the kind of wonderful confluence of 2 Native Hawaiian archival leaders. And so the first Native Hawaiian state archivist, Susan Shaner, with Luella Kirkajan, who was Hawaiian information specialist, worked with Lynn Davis, who was also local and was really excited about trying to preserve local content. And they team taught this course as our introduction to archival studies. It was one of our first modern archival courses. And they did that very consciously in my first year of teaching here because I wasn't hired to really teach archives. I had been worked in libraries. I'd also worked in archives, but most of my education was actually kind of like self-taught in archival studies, which an earlier generation of archivists, that was kind of the norm. So when I went to Indiana University, they offered special collections, which I took, and actually that's kind of playing part of the vision for our emphasis on archival studies. We're also building on the kind of trilogy of preservation, respect for Hawaiian culture, and materials. And I know that some of you are alumni, so I won't go into too many of the details, but just try to give you some idea. For those of you who don't know, we merged recently into the School of Communication and Information. So we used to be, years ago, we were an independent school before I came, with the dean and the director, and then we joined with computer science, like, you know, actually, no, we were only 2 programs that had that kind of unique combination. But later we found a merging environment with these other units. So there's a lot of possibilities for cooperation. That was our kind of strategic planning meeting, come from very different disciplinary cultures. So, and this is all of our faculty, core faculty, full-time faculty. And you can see we during my period, we had Tanya Sutherland was on our faculty. I don't know if any of you are familiar with her work, but she was hired away from UCLA, but still we're thrilled that she can be an adjunct, kind of like assistant with that program. But the other really exciting news is that Allie Rayburn, who you can see was just hired to be our digital archives area. And so a lot of the content that you're dealing with is much more in her area. So, and so also another new hire I should highlight is Kia Long. He's not new anymore, but was our first Kanaka Maoli, so Native Hawaiian professor. So trying to help to develop a Native Hawaiian library praxis, but also this archival theory. But it's our adjunct faculty. We have some people here, so you know, who really have made a huge difference. Actually, Tisha doing preservation, Stasha teaching a number of areas in digital archives, state archivist Adam Jansen. And Janelle was the most relevant in terms of this conference, really focusing on moving into archives and helping to get so much of our digital accounts. And I thought Pepena here earlier, and Jill Summer also does a number of things in on. Anyway, we have a great core faculty that doesn't, we have other faculty who do a lot of things that are adjunct to archival studies. Good news is number of students continues to grow in the program and UH overall. And also part of our strategic planning is we've been trying to recruit more Native Hawaiian students as part of the program. I think the Trump administration said we're not supposed to say these kinds of things or to look into it, but that's definitely been part of our own agenda to try to encourage more representation, ownership, and these kinds of areas. So our students can do a pathway in archival studies. So they kind of developed So it's not on your transcript, but we try to follow SAA guidelines in terms of archival studies the best that we can in a lot of ways that trying to find through advising, trying to find a good combination that works with different areas. And our students have really done some great projects and kind of interdisciplinary areas through different internships, through the courses. But like I said, they can have a choice of self-identifying as archival studies or not. And one of the big questions is, like we have some students who come in and say, I know I want to be an archivist. And when they graduate, they know, but there are also many students who change. And this is one of the things that we're going through at the current time is that how do we want to try to change the whole program? You know, do we have more of like a liberal arts approach? You know, as more things are data focused, you know, that could become more possible. But the other thing that's a big issue for us is that a lot of our students are from here and then want to stay here. But again, the question is, if there aren't that many openings in an archival position at the moment, if you do that and you only focus on archives and you end up getting a job in a public library, you know, it's a different kind of expertise, whereas other people have different kinds of pathways. So I won't, but you can see the number of people who stayed with that. So, and a lot of, sorry, I'm going to try to keep, since we're all here, I'm going to try to keep closer to the time. So I see like 6 minutes. So, so 25% of all of our students actually completed the archival pathway. A number of them were almost completed, and sometimes it's just a matter of maybe they chose archives at the later in their program. And so we try to kind of show if you want to do the pathway, and these are the kind of basic skills that you need to kind of follow along with the SAA core competencies, basically. So you can see this is archives is still one of the top pathways in our program. You can see the number of people who are over different years using the student survey results, that how many have chosen the pathway, and versus how many are getting years on that. So I'm actually going to go and highlight some of the two of our past students did a great study of students. And they tried to look at the question of like, what was your idea of the pathway? And did you start in that and did you continue? And you can see that actually a lot of the people with archives started from the beginning and they graduated with that in the beginning. But quite a few also started in archives and then decided to become general. Again, if they wanted to be more flexible for the employment situation. So, but again, you can see on the second line, again, the number of people who started and ended is pretty, it looks like it would be almost flat and then everybody started and ended. But the reality is that a number of people kind of changed along the way and it's kind of almost amazing that it kind of ended out that evening. So I'm gonna, again, a number of different reasons that people didn't finish the pathway. Part of it is sometimes some people said, I can only take courses on this day, or again, if they came, we have a debate among the faculty, do we offer courses that are core courses and have prerequisites? And so that makes it much more difficult if you have a short time period, especially if you're paying out-of-state tuition. So that can be a big issue. But on the other hand, if you don't have prerequisites, you might have some students that are really advanced, and other people who are kind of, what's in background? And what's a repository? And, you know, so again, how many of these kinds of advanced skills can we get? So there, and again, a number of different issues. And I think part of the real key to success has been what I mean with a faculty member who, okay, so 1 minute. I will just show you that we have a number of classes. And so we also, I think a lot of the success is due to internships, such as being at Hulu, which you will hear about very shortly. But we also, for those of you who are at repositories anywhere in the world, it is possible to still have some of our students. So contact the LIS program, especially if you don't pay internships, because students, it's expensive to live here. And people may have 2 or 3 other jobs, and it allows them to focus and have much more success. So there are a number of other issues that we're still trying to work with. The challenge that will be part of our theme for discussion is that how do we try to build in Hawaiian UK or respect for Hawaiian knowledge? And we're doing part of that through the dual degree with Hawaiian studies. and Hawaiian language, and again, trying to work with a number of adjuncts and interns. But with that, I am 10 minutes and 3 seconds, so we will look forward to discussing later. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Our next panelist and speaker is Heather Kaunan. Heather is a content creator, skilled in a wide range of communication platforms, from long-form storytelling to short-form media. Her career began in broadcast journalism at KGNU, Hawaii's CBS affiliate. Within 5 years, she transitioned into independent media, drawn by a deep connection to her Hawaiian community. At the time, she recognized the critical need for programming that placed native Hawaiian both in front and behind the camera. Her first series, Enjoying Pride, created in the 80s, was the beginning of decades of work dedicated to telling native Hawaiian stories. Since then, she has produced numerous projects focused on individuals, cultural events, health initiatives, and politics. She served as a broadcast producer for the Merry Monarch Festival, and since 2006 has produced the annual Kamehameha Sports Song Contest broadcast. Her work on the series Family Ingredients earned a regional annual award and 3 daytime annual nominations. Today, her focus is on movie image preservation, and she's a founding member of EunJeong, Hawaii's official state movie image archive, a vision of librarians and archivists that higher help to the image. I'm going to open your slides and welcome Heather.
Aloha, aloha, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to fight the traffic to get here. I'm considering, and thank you for those who came out yesterday to visit the we really appreciate that. But we're very proud of our institution. I'm a filmmaker, first and foremost, birthed out of news, not out of any typical film school. I'm a legacy producer. That means my work is in the archive. And I have put together a timeline, a history of Hawaiian media, and how movie images started here in Hawaii. It should give you context because this is what films are archived. It's hard to believe that we really actually never had an official movie archive or any kind of archive prior to this facility being put together. So that means, of course, we've lost a lot of our history. Starting in 1906, I think Thomas Edison went everywhere around the planet to document culture, history, places. And he fortunately came here, sent his photographers here in 1906, and they documented multicultural life in Hawaii during the early years. Separately, Queen María is also filmed, a great gift, but not very many frames of that exist. A lot of it, I believe, is kept in someone's house, and that house went down, and there's the advice for having the backup. 1924, Henry Ford, and the television stations landed here. TV was a huge, is a huge part of our archive, and tells our indigenous stories from the 70s and 80s. There were reporters that were very interested in the Hawaiian Renaissance and took it upon themselves to tell the news director that they wanted to follow that story. And a lot of those stories that original tapes were kept, and we have them activated as well. So we have secured agreements with all the news agencies here in Hawaii that have huge collections. And actually, in the 70s, I have here public television played a huge role. Also, Hollywood played a huge role from the very beginning. From 1906 to 1968, Hawaii was a backdrop. But when Hawaiʻi 5 started, believe it or not, Jack of, what was his name? Jack Lord wanted to live here and wanted to do a whole production here, and that was the first time anything happened like that. And it became a huge success, and it changed the entire landscape of how we saw Hawaii. Moving on to the 70s. Now, the 70s was an interesting time because that's when they transitioned from the film to videotape. I'm sure you all know that. But it was also a time where once that videotape ENG came into the hands of consumers, they started documenting the Hawaiian movement. And that is critical because it was a Hawaiian movement at the time who came here with their equipment and then taught and hooked up with Hawaiians and taught them, my friends, how to use the equipment. And it was an incredibly important moment for Hawaiian history because the documentation of all of those events that took place in the 70s is also in the archive and can be accessed by anyone throughout the world. That's the other thing about Uluru, that it's accessible without being a student with the university. Different groups became part of the storytelling movement, and these people lasted for almost 20 years without a generation picking it up. It wasn't until till the 1990s. Public access came, and that is the part where it was available for everybody. Public access was really important. And nationwide, it was community television. And while we don't have a lot of public access tapes made from makers, because although did not keep that, they gave everything back to the person, the producers that created it. Unlike the stations or everyone else, even the independent companies kept the originals. But by 1990, public television was a huge, important key to real estate, broadcast real estate for independent filmmakers who understood the power of messaging. Unfortunately, public TV and independent filmmakers did not see eye to eye. They thought that they were competitive with each other. Public television people thought that the independents were competing for the same grants, so they didn't embrace them. But the independent filmmakers stayed, continued to battle for their space on broadcast real estate. Then there's the late 1900s, early 2000s, where all kinds of activity happened. A lot of young filmmakers were making independent films in Hawaiian language, which is huge. And it led, by 2012, EunJeong was funded by the state legislature, and it got to find a home at the University of Hawaii at West Oahu, and that is where we were able to accept all the works from all of these different peoples, all of these different entities, and that you're housed under one roof. And the end of this, because I know I'm coming to an end of it, what's important about a timeline like this is it shows the genealogy and the history of how we got here and how the struggle that we went through, how hard everyone had to work to get here, to be seen and to be heard. And that was always the effort that Hawaiian community needed and wanted, was to control the narrative of their own story. And I'd like to end here with the fact that Chief of War was the success that I think everybody here in Hawaii has agreed that it might not be the perfect series, it might falter in many historical ways, but is a beautiful piece of work that Jason Momoa and his team created to open up the pathway to have the little seahorns in a completely different way that they've ever seen them before. They've been a backdrop for many, many years, even into the 21st century. It's just, but now we have an opportunity to change that narrative. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Heather, for this retrospective timeline. Our next speaker and panelist is Corey, who is Kanaka Oahu and native Hawaiian, and his family comes from Oahu, Hawaii Island, and Minnesota, and he was raised in Virginia. Koa holds Bachelor of Arts in Political Science and Master's degree in Life Information Sciences from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. We heard about this recently. As the assistant archivist for cataloging, Koa is responsible for all cataloging duties at the archive and is implementing Hawaiian culture and practice into his work. Koa's interests are Pacific archives, indigenous and Pacific science fiction, Hawaiian ike, which is knowledge and culture, and cataloging in a way that better reflects indigenous knowledge systems. Koa?
Okay, that might be difficult for me. Is there any way we can move the laptop back there? Or I can say these, okay, cool.
So you know when you want to do your video.
Okay, cool. Okay. Aloha, my kapu. My name is Koa Luke, and I just wanted to start off the presentation by explaining the name of the presentation. It's Naleo Okamakani, Voices in the Wind, and it comes from a Palani Vaughn song where he talks about the kupuna or elders living on in our stories, songs, our genealogies, and in the land itself. So that's what we're stewarding, all those things to preserve and make those things accessible. And this was just a note to show how intimately of a relationship our kupuna had with the Aina. These are all, they had specific names for specific winds. So these are all the places on Oahu, and the names in blue are names that are specific to that place and its characteristics. So you might have visited Ulu Ulu yesterday and you did see Heather's great presentation, but I wanted to give a brief overview of Ulu Ulu and then talk about how we work with indigenous people and our community members to make accessible our items and preserve them. So Ulu Ulu means collections, assembly, a gathering, and it's really it's a perfect name because the first thing Heather did when she got the idea and the funding for the archive is she gathered stakeholders, community members, filmmakers, archivists, and librarians, and of course in Hawaiian style fed them and asked what they wanted to see in an archive. So it's really community driven. And this is a quote actually that Heather says. It's from so this slide was made in the beginning of when the archive started, and Heather used to say 80% of Hawaii film tape media has been lost. So it's like Heather always said, it's the house is on fire and it's a race to preserve these items because of Hawaii, the humidity in Hawaii, the temperature is really high risk factor for losing these items. And then also news and media like taped over the videotapes or literally just threw them away. So we're really in a race to collect those. And the first thing they did was hire David Roundtree as our head archivist, and he created this report. So we're all familiar with AV, so I won't go into detail, but one of the races we're in is from obsolete format. So we have videotapes and film, and not many people have the players and machines, and or people know how to fix the machines. On island there's only like 5 people, and they don't really want to, it's hard to get them to come out and fix the machines. So Ulu's mission is aims to perpetuate and share the rich moving image heritage of Hawaii through the preservation of film and videotape related to the history and culture of Native Hawaiians and the people of Hawaii. We see ourselves as the caretakers, and we respect the rights and privacy of the researchers and the creators and those who appear in the footage. And we are committed for the appropriate cultural use. Next, I'm going to talk about like my personal guiding principles, which were captured so beautifully in this book, written by Kanaka Maoli, Kanakuiwi, women scholars called Kanakuiwi Methodologies. So to do this work, talk about a concept called Lau Lima. Lau is many and Lima is hand. So it's like all working together for a shared common interest. They also talk about Kuleana, which is the responsibility people have to your community, to the institution and the people you represent. Another definition for Kuleana is actually a privilege. Also in this, one of the articles in the book, she talks about a community of scholars. And I say community of scholars as a community of metadata creators. I'm really saying that like in Hawaii, like we're really collaborative with other archives and the work that we do. And we also work with the library school. And then they also talk about this sensibility to Kulaiwi, and Kulaiwi is native homeland, and it's really talking about the values that remain on the land and are honoring the relationships that we have with our ancestral homelands. So this is a Hawaiian proverb that says, "A'ohe hauka ike ika halau ho'okahi." Not all knowledge is learned in one house. And when we do our work, we're not just stuck in the walls of the archive. We go out and to the community and share the work that we do, and then they get to help add information to what we're doing. So kapilina ame ke kaya ulu means a closeness with the community. So at Ulu, we work closely with the community, protecting the donors and listening to the people whose actions and voices are in front of and behind the camera, working with the community for metadata like dates and names. And some people might think this really slows down the process, but we really, I'm lucky that our founder, Heather and Janelle, really find that a meaningful thing that I do this kind of work and take the time to work with our donors. This is a picture of two gentlemen that reported the Kaho'olawe fight to return the island from the military to the state. And we hosted them in the archive, and we got to show them footage they've never seen before or in a long time. And then we're writing down dates that were then uploaded into our system. We do a lot of community screening. So this is a picture and workshop. So this is a picture of one of our community screenings at Kahuku Public Library. And we really, just recently, we showed a movie called Hawaii Pono'i, and somebody's family member that passed away was in the film, and we got to show it to them, and they told us all kinds of stories, and we're able to put that information into the catalog. We also do screenings every year at Hawaii International Film Festival. So this is our inaugural film screening. It was a film called Puamana, and it was basically the whole family. This film was made in the 90s, and they had family members haven't seen it before, so we digitized it from film, and we had music and telling stories. And at one point it was like chicken skin because the film went out in the middle of a song and the whole theater continued singing the song. So it's really meaningful work that we do. So also some donors and copyright holders add to the descriptions, and we work closely with them and find our relationship unique, and it strengthens our work. A case study in Pilina and Kaiaulu is working with the Hawaii Legacy Foundation, Eddie and Myrna Kamai collection. And Eddie Kamai was a Hawaiian musician, and he saw the power of film to share our culture and our issues in Hawaii with the world. and by using film as a tool to do that. So they didn't just like here, take the footage. We had to build a relationship with them and earn their trust, which involved many meetings. Here's a picture of Robbie and I. We just happened to meet them at an event, and even there, we're always working relationships. Even there, we got to talk to him, and it was right before he passed away. So yeah, and I think they really valued our care and concern for their collection. So we did a pilot project with their film Listen to the Forest, and it was grant funded. It grant funded digitization and assistant to work directly on the project. And through there, we digitized 84 items, 33 hours of footage, and 3.4 terabytes of preservation files, and included 85 titles public on the website. When it ended, we had kind of a party and presentation to show the work that we did, and they said, yes, we love the work that you do, and donated the rest of their collection. And to date, we have digitized 918 items, over 377 hours of footage, and over 78 terabytes, and 910 titles online. So I'm going to skip the workflow because I only have 1 minute. But it's really just like the main thing I want to talk about is that it just like once we do all the work that we do, then we send the descriptions to them, and they send it back, and they add names and context to what we're viewing. And like I said, some people might see this as like slowing the process, but we find it really important to take our time and to, as I've told many kupuna, get the right story, get it right. So in the future, the next steps would be to continue bringing the films into the community, continue working with community who enrich the descriptions and preservation work that we do, and to develop a system and workflow where people can add directly to our content management system. Thank you. Oh, sure. Where is it? So now we're going to play like a 5-minute clip reel of things we digitize. Stations, and these are collected for people's home.
Your reporter, Bob Miller.
Good evening. Last Tuesday, the Hawaii Constitutional Convention of 1968 finished up all but one item of its formal work.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Hawaii.
The convention will please come to order. Mr. Governor, Your Excellency, most distinguished guests, delegates, and people of Hawaii. First, let me thank Delegate Hsuan for a wonderful job in getting this convention off to a grand start.
From the school, the people marched down a narrow country road to the airport. General Lyman Field had become the focal point of the demonstration because of 92 acres of Hawaiian Homes land being used for the airport.
In the voting booth with voters this November will be a copy, not unlike this one, of the delegates' proposed constitution. Initiative killed despite great public support.
Production began this morning on 3 television series being shot on Oahu, the well-established Jeffersons and Charlie's Angels, and this hopeful called Magnum P.I. And shows like Magnum P.I. have an effect on the local economy far beyond the obvious display of tropical scenery to mainland viewers.
The legislature is in a box because this two-level or two-story parking structure that they're going to build, which will not, provide any more parking stalls than they have right now on the vacant lot, is really cost inefficient.
Ano ai, aloha. I'm Karen Keawe Hawaiʻi, and welcome to Mauana Kaha'aheo, Enduring Pride, a diverse program celebrating Hawaii and the Hawaiian people.
I remember what my dear queen, Liliuokalani, had said once. My people would rather eat pohaku, the stone, than accept your money for our land.
My name is George Helm, and I'm the director of the Protect Kahawalawi Association. This organization came into being as a result of a commitment and a serious concern for the Hawaiians' future and the human attitudes that will come with her.
Splinting them up. No fracture there.
Sit at each
Yes.
microphone.
Thank you so much, Flora, for this very informative presentation and for sharing the wheel with the public. So, we will switch to the discussion part. And I think so. I think it is a red. Yeah. I will try to set it up so the online people can see you and not me. And I wanted to ask you, as representatives of institutions that serve Native Hawaiian population, and in the light of the theme of this conference, to share with us what you think on how the sustainable and culturally respectful practices look in the context of long-term preservation. What would you say?
Koa. Spur of the moment answer. I think it just means like honoring the people that you work with, honoring the relationships that you have with them, building the trust, and then honoring people in the footage themselves. And we really think that, if you can't tell from my presentation, that strengthens our preservation work. And our access. And I also wanted to, had a wrong stat on one of my slides. We have 971 titles from HLF. And then in total, we have 5,000 videos available for the public to watch.
Dr. Drew, do you have something to add to that with regard to your program and how it supports students to do that in that way?
I think that probably some of you have seen from this conference that we're so lucky that our alumni and the stakeholders and all of the interns, the adjunct faculty, I think that they really bring together a real community, and we have support from Hawaiian studies. Although they have a different idea of archival studies, their idea is more to liberate archival collections rather than the idea of how do you try to manage them. So I think that there's sustainable things. We talked about kind of environmental issues, but there's also, we talked about leadership and advocacy and how do you go for grants, which is another type of sustainability in a time when the federal government is going a little anyway, so that's endangering a lot of the funding for issues here. So I think, but I think Cora really did a good job of talking about how that kind of consensus building and many hands really had helped really form that kind of discussion. And some humility, I think, would be the last thing is to say that we don't have all of the answers. We try to bring some of the issues. This is how some parts of the profession deal with this. And if you work at someplace like National Archive or Library of Congress, this might be some of the standards that you're working with if you're at Ulu, or if you're at a place which is almost a volunteer operation and doing community archives. What can you do? Yeah, that's my sense.
Thank you.
What I have observed in this community is how everyone helps each other. And is joyful about that, and just and helps each other succeed, especially when we're doing a startup, first starting out. We honestly knew nothing about moving in the jar pack and how to put it together, which is where David Roundtree became sustainable linchpin who put this together in that book that Paul was showing, and was our pathway to our to the success that we've had today. We follow that instruction of how to build a habitat pretty closely, and then veered off only when we came to an area that we have to do something different. And what we do is we reach out to other activists in Hawaiʻi. We have a great connection with everyone, and Janelle being, it's very popular in our community, and brought that into the archive. We always think about sustainability. I mean, it's sort of ingrained as an island community and how to sustain ourselves day in and day out. And even in light of the fact that once again, yesterday we heard from the president of the university insisted in a letter that she said like everyone from the DOE grant cuts that they would do a lot of harm for the Pacific Island aging and Native Hawaiian communities. And those grants that are directly funding a DOE grant that help this community. So that's been forces once again to take another sustainable / creative look at how to help each other. While Lima is really a big word here. It's not just that we know that, but it is that helping each other.
Thank you, Heather. And that kind of introduces us to the next question. Quite briefly, you mentioned the climate conditions here and how you have to deal with all that water in the air. So what are the aspects that our institutions could develop further and do better to reach that sustainable but culturally respectful long-term preservation of the collections?
I just think that, so at Ulu, we have a climate control vault, and there's a fire suppression system in there, and we monitor the temperatures And we've strategically placed those materials in certain areas with our emergency plan. But I think that I'm not criticizing other institutions when I say this, but other institutions have completely shut down to the public, and they're 100% digitizing items. And I really think that with no public access, and I really think that's kind of sad for the users and for our users, because if it weren't for these people and connecting with them, then in my opinion, what is the archive for if it's not for the people? And I was gonna say something, but they breathe life into our collections and our videotapes. But
Thank you, Carl. Does anybody else have something to add to where we can do better here in control of the collections and making sure they're sustainably preserved?
So being at the LIS program, we're painfully aware, we talked about the history of the flood, for example. So it's something that many of us have kind of strong memories of how Hamilton was under water, 8 feet of water. And how do you try to come about that, and the idea of learning lessons from that, I think that makes it, we have some people from my class here, so that learned about scuba librarianship, the scuba archival practice, and so human preservation, but of course being here in Hawaii and in the Pacific with the idea, the impact of rising water and as a global issue, and then how can libraries, archives, other information centers in the Pacific, working with AHA, our colleagues, and Biala, and groups like this to try to raise standards and figure out what can we do with our little budgets and best practices. And I don't know if we know because, like moving image archives, you're talking about digital preservation, we're talking about preservation metadata and some of these things at the same time that students are working with these.
Okay. So I just want to say something real quick. Yeah, outside of Ulu, I'm part of a large network of Pacific Islander archivists, and I work with them. And some of them one gentleman on Tuvalu, they're being currently evacuated from their island, and they'll be climate change refugees. So that's a big thing, like so people are helping them to get the items out. But again, like I just hope that they make those items accessible to the people whom they most matter to.
Are you talking about the digitization of designs?
Yeah, they're in a race because they can't even stay there.
No,
So my friend's in a race to,
See, they're all digital.
yeah, with the help of people in New Zealand and Australia.
Thank you for your answers. And I want to open the floor for the questions from the public here in the room or in the Zoom. Yes.
Thank you all. I'm a question primarily for Philip. I was struck by what you can do as a community accountable to the practice for the non-country catalog records. And so, one thing about metadata is part of it's what you can learn that you know about. So I was wondering, if there's something you put in the record to indicate that the catalog records was informed by the section being educated or someone else had a special relationship to the item.
Unfortunately, we don't, but that's a good idea. And people they want to offer so much information that like it's sometimes in a way that we can't put it in. Like Heather's colleague ran a film like collective called Namaka Okaaina, and we sent the films to them, and she was just like amazed at what was on the films and the videos, and she like wrote down everything, and then she creates, because she's so good, she created a database with each tape and who's on them. And actually for hers, I do say like metadata created or helped by Joan Lander. But yeah, that's a good idea. We should probably do that. And we also talk about our grants on the web on our websites, and we talk about how they help with cataloging and stuff.
And there is I mentioned Kumar Long on our faculty. She's working with Marcus Joyce, who's a cataloger, and as part of a larger Mellon Foundation grant that's kind of create more authentic controlled vocabulary. And that is there's only a small number of headings that have kind of been sort of approved, but that's part of that same sort of process of Kumar showed us the map, and like, for example, how can we put in Hawaiian place names and try to make it more, and then at the same time come up with authority files that are going to go and say that this is how it's culturally relevant. So there are a lot of projects, but it moves slowly as part of that consensus thinking within the pattern.
So I'm part of that project he's talking about too. And right now, there's institutions across Hawaii, and we all kind of have our own vocabularies and words that we use on our own separately. But this project is going to bring us all together and come up with subject headings and terms that are based on Ike Hawaii, based on our knowledge, and bringing all that together. And then somebody asked me, is the goal then to submit that to LOC? I mean, I think that might be one goal, but I think the goal is just for our people to like see themselves in the records and to better search for those items. And it's kind of like a social justice issue.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we are actually primarily digitizing raw footage because some of the edited programs are like widely available. So we do that, but our main focus for a lot of our collections is the raw footage. And I really see a lot of value in that because it's not when they were like testing the cameras and stuff, they had great conversations that sometimes have nothing to do with the content of the film. And there was a film made about one of our scholars, Heather's classmate, Penalu Young, and he was interviewed about a shark attack and like Almakua and spirits and stuff. And then, but he's like was on the forefront of talking about Hawaiian independence. So during that conversation, he had to talk about Hawaiian independence, and a documentary was just made about him, and that was like the focal point of her documentary. So yeah, it is tough. We do see sometimes, oh, don't say that, and like, or don't keep that online, or stop the camera. We see a lot of that, and then while some of our interns are watching, we'll pull things aside that they think is kind of sensitive, and we'll pull things aside and then show them to the donors, and they'll say, no, we don't want that public. So yeah.
So I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the sensitivity that you share with everyone that it becomes a viral thing. And I think that's really important because I can admit to that sometimes when we were videoing back in the early days, we never turned off the audio. So I'm really quite stressed about what was said. But call his phone and said, don't believe that, but the virus.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, maybe online? Yeah, we have one. Oh.
That's exactly right. I'm really glad that I work on like at a government, but kind of a community archive. And we have a huge backlog of titles to make, and I just am lucky that like Heather and Janelle see the importance of uh this process. And um I don't know what to say because but yeah, I don't know what to say to a larger institute.
First, there's a lot of people that don't know who we are and how we got there. And so our success is that we were under the radar. So nobody in the university system knew what we were doing, and which led us to not be competition for what we were doing was non-existent. Universities seem to be prevented in departments and such. And we were very lucky to create this, but we created it honestly out of love, Every one of the staff people that work at we love the job. They love Bobby, they love Janelle. I mean, you can't, I don't even know how to explain that, it's just, they get to watch, films every day as a job. I mean, but more importantly, they become family with all of these collections, What we expressed early on was that it's trust. And once you get that trust in there, then everything is easy after that. I mean, of course, you still have to get the funding, you have to have staff, you have to have, you have to communicate to the administration, you have to communicate to the legislature, you have to communicate to the community, you have to constantly prove yourself to both sides, that you can champion both sides equally. And it's just time consuming, because not only are we having conversations with these tapes or these films, but you're also having conversations with the people who gave you the honor to take care of their legacies, whether it's a single tape or it's an entire collection from a corporate entity. They all have something special that has created the movie History of Hawaiʻi. So of course, I'm not going to talk about AI and how that could work or not work, but anyway.
I just thought of some things. A lot of the things that we do are based on our culture, but also our cousins in Aotearoa, New Zealand. They have so if you want to look to examples, like the Auckland War Museum has all these programs where they get people together and they do what we do. But yeah, it takes funding and buy-in. Thank you for your question.
Thank you for your question, your wonderful answers. I'm so sorry we don't have time for your question, but I hope we'll all stay here for a little bit more so you can ask them when we have coffee. Thank you so much for attending this session. Have a great rest of the day.
So there used to be a thing like, can you delete our stuff and this, like our PowerPoint and engage. Yes.
Yes.
And you can look at time. And that means that's on. Yeah. And then maybe it's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, how are you doing? Well, right.
Aloha. Hi, my name is Casey Nicolin. I'm the manager in Mission Studies, Library and Education out in the UCLA Department of Information Studies. It's my pleasure to introduce EunJeong, who will be presenting their talk, Narratives and Deterioration, a case study and restoring and preserving Taiyupian. EunJeong is the film conservator at the Taiwan Film and Audiovisual Institute and a PhD student in the Department of Cultural Heritage and Arts Innovation at Taipei National University of the Arts. Her research focuses on the preservation and restoration of film as cultural heritage, with a particular interest in the history of film laboratory practices in Taiwan. She previously worked as an assistant at the Newsreel Documentary Film Archive Center and Multimedia Center at Taiwan National University of the Arts, and as a film restoration specialist at the Film Collectors Museum. She has been involved in various preservation and restoration projects at community-based audiovisual archives and home materials. She is joining welcoming EunJeong. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and today we share this ongoing process of Taiwanese language preservation. It is a way to understand the Taiwan's rich cinematic heritage. My name is EunJeong, and I'm honored to be here to share this topic with you all. So, what is Taiyupian? Let's begin by defining what we mean by Taiyupian or Taiwanese language themes. As time is short, I'm not going to the detailed reasons for their emergence of importance for Taiwan. However, for the purpose of film history, Taiyupian are generally defined as film produced in Taiwan, mostly spoken in Taiwanese from 1955 to 1981. Imagine the incredible challenging condition at the time. In 1955, early attempt, 6台子息相继 6 talents started in the Western Chamber. Unfortunately, failed in this 16mm reversal film production. However, just 1 year later, in 1956, 薛廷贵与王宝钏 premiered, readily commend itself as an authentic Taiwanese language. This film reached never dissolved since success making the glorious start of the golden age of Taiyupian. From the important moment, Taiyupian experienced three waves and down, rise and fall. Sorry, the film Tanzania in 1981 serves as a clear demarcation marking the official end in the Taiyupian era. Even though a small number of films in Taiwanese continue to be produced afterward, about over 25 years, many people work in this Taiyupian production industry. Each driven their own hopes and dreams. The period was a stage of Taiwan's film history. It was shown the creative and energy of private production companies and film labs who achieved remarkable things despite very tough situation. Now, through this photograph, we can vividly see the bustling scenes of people flocking to the cinema when Taiyupian were released. It really shows how popular this film were and the cultural impact they had on the public. And this print screen is show the result of the film category update by TFAI Open Museum in 2021. The public can directly download and make use of these materials. This catalog is an important base for checking against other resources and adding new information. The collection work of Taiwan's film art began in the late 1980s. Their ambition extends beyond the mere physically preservation of film reels. It was from the tenderly about the preservation of memory. Sadly, the correct number of survivor Taiyupian is less than 1/5 of the total products and released during the lifespan. This reality undercuts the agency of our mission. As Beijing, a former director of a film archive, once powerfully said, the top priority of film archives should be the preservation and documentation of Taiwan's local cinema heritage. In the 1980s, due to many different efforts, Taiwan society began to search for its own historical identity. The growing movement from democratization and localization is the time opened up the atmosphere under one-party rule, and people become more aware and eager to rethink Taiwan's position and identity. Since emancipation in 1978, the Film Art Library, the foreigner to PFAI, mostly focused on introducing international films, film series, and organization international film festivals. Its earlier collection, most print and contributors, government promotion films, or retained from international film festivals, and a small number of donated films. Fortunately, at that time, there was no formal collection policy and a proper system for film cultural heritage preservation. This factor speak up the loss of the treasured film and the hard human condition in Taiwan were detrimental to film preservation. Furthermore, repeat screening and common practice for popular films left the films were dirt, scratch, and serious physical damage, making their survival even riskier. I was going to share the story of how TFAI grows from a film library into today's position, but I have a little bit time rush. So if you have period interesting, actually, and my vision have the QR code is not near mine. You can Google TFAI. We have the 4 stories. So let's go next thing. Big turning point came to 1989 when the film library became film archive. The regime started a systematic research and collection Taiyupian. Also, the curator of the special Taiyupian program at the Golden Horse International Film Festival, Yang Changlian and Li Youxin also made contribution to the expansion of Taiyupian collection actions. The organization of oh no, it's okay. I'll talk to you manage that. Okay. How about it? Yeah, we don't have a reading company. We don't have to read this. Maybe I can just talk. Okay, I think so. This one. The organization of Taiyupian became one of the film archive's priority tasks. The creation of local film research office Taiyupian Group showed a serious problem of lost Taiyupian. This also points to the bigger issue in society. A little value was placed on history, and field studies in those days mostly focused on the foreign film theory, while Taiwan's own history was overlooked. Before then, there was no institute in Taiwan fully charged with keeping and preservation its film heritage. The work of collection and preservation and unique copies of Taiyupian is shown on time. On the timeline, yes. In the beginning, we finding films like from places like Thailand Film Company and the W Laboratory, but because of the poor storage condition and the Taiwan's art booming weight, many films had already suffered from this. Bigger danger or worse damage. With limited funding and steps, the archive first focused on basic work. More detailed restoration of films was sent to professional processing labs. In 1996 to 1998, 144 Taiyupian was restored and copied. Labs like Taipei Film Company, Central Motion Picture Corporation, and W Lab was commissioned to make new copies and damaged films in different ways. Maybe next. Okay, this app is created at the time to collect and save all local film. It said, urgent notice on the film and FA magazine in 1990s. At first,
The film archive also had a problem with poor storage for its films. Around 1989, film archive has no storage. The heavy weight of film reels and books even cracked the office floor underneath. The collection was moved several times. First to a place under the second floor stand of a swimming pool, then go to the pool's basement, then later to Far Eastern Institute Park in Xindian. Finally, in 1997, it found a temporary home in the industry park in Julían, where it is stayed for almost 40 years. When high-end scanner and the digital restoration came along, many things changed. Compared to the past, making a lot of film copies become too expensive. So we did two things: keep the original film sets and start to digitalize the films. In 2007, the Film Archive began a new chapter for the National Digital Archive Program, following the switch to digital archiving at the time. It was the first step in running a large amount of audiovisual and textual material in digital form. In a year later, in 2008, we made our first step in digital restoration with a private company called Dingfeng. The digitalizer is the film Our Neighbor. Seeing the need to meet more modern audiovisual standards and preserve its film heritage digitally, TFAI started scan its film. Out of 219 Taiyupian titles in collection, so far 116 titles have been scanned. In addition, 29 titles have been fully digital restored. They show TFAI's ongoing work to preserve Taiyupian and make those films available to the future generation. This chart shows restoration work from 2008 to 2025. The bar shows films restored neither by outside and in-house by TFAI itself. Where the lines show the film are Taiyupian or not. You can see the trend in the chart too. In recent years, TFAI started restoring this one. In recent years, TFAI has restoration films that were considered too badly damaged for restoration, digitalization, or printing. Through those working with another company, TFAI has done available restoration technologies. For example, in 2022, TFAI commissioned a Japanese company, Imagica, to handle the physical restoration, digitalization, and the printing of the movie Crossroads of Love, which had stuck together and crystallized. After this experience, TFAI can now remove crystallization in film reels on its own. However, as TFAI continue to handle digital scanning and restoration, rechecking the Taiyupian that have been the collection since 1990s has shown that some original film has worse due to damage that you can see the condition that is. In theory, original film material has best scanning and digital restoration. Sometimes, even if original film has a poor condition, the duplicate print may be in good shape, but because of that, that is a later generation copy, it can have problem like too much constant lost details, or the font is shapeless compared with the even damaged original. Another common situation in Taiyupian digital restoration is sometimes we just have the projection print have survived, and those often full of oil stain, scratch, and tears from repeat screen. In other cases, the original negative might be incomplete. In recent years, the big challenge has to be decide which version or regeneration to the film to use, balancing the pros or cons of each. For example, during the restoration of the Husband's Secret, is a work with Taiwan National University of the Art. We have decided between use the original print or dedicated materials. The process involved long discussion. Out of 7 materials in the collection, the release print had many issues. Damage perforations, large scratch from projection, and that emulsion failing in the last real. And the duplicate negative had been from this print, and it is in good physical shape, but the contrast is too high and lack detail. So, in the end, the main restoration work is done with the release print, but some of few shots is too badly damaged. Part of original negative were also used. You can see the serious damage and tears. For instance, the 6th reel, there was a tear running through the center for about 30 feet. This part will replace the footage from the original negative. But this shows that, well, duplicate print can be physically stable, but the original film still hold the details when it comes to scanning or restoration. At the same time, the ongoing damage of the original reels is still a challenge to need standing attention. In conclusion, the preservation and the restoration of Taiyupian is very much an ongoing process. As Regine once said, no archives, no history. Those powerful words make a strong impress on us. They make us say, X, how could we really understand the early period of Taiwanese cinema? How can we make sure it gets its position, place in history? Alongside this, our work goes beyond just film or historical reconstruction. We also need to pay closer attention to the technical trace left behind. A 35mm Taiyupian near 7 years. There are still many research gaps. Preservation and restoration are ongoing work. They require both piecing together history and understanding the technical side of films. By rechecking the collection, TFI gains clear view of each film's condition and consider how best slow the damage can control. Inspired by insight from our good friend Imagicard in Japan, TFAI has tested, modified a developing machine used for printing, washing, and acid removal. Use water and stabilize instead of harsh chemicals. This approach can reduce oil stain and acid gas, making the film last longer. The goal is simple. Protect this valuable film for the future. And thank you for your attention. Thank you so much for your presentation. We have a few minutes of questions. Past your place, I use it. I don't think it doesn't mean that about the future. And it makes you better for someone who's on the best way of the so I don't think it's so that and we do some having that of this stimulation. And so it's I think really I think this way about this is really thank you. Oh, thanks for that wonderful research to share with us. I'm just curious about the migration of the especially you show us on the slides that is one time the collection then they didn't have something before. And I was very curious about the story behind the thing. I don't know if you can share with us. I think maybe I can try my best to explain the history. As I know, because of not funding in the time, so film art just only first just can put the film and pens and everything in obviously in just a building, and it's too heavy, so they have a crack. So it's very dangerous to everybody and to the building. So in working hard to find some storage or factory or some place they didn't use to put those archives. So in the beginning, maybe they found some place a swimming pool they didn't use. So they have, as I know, there has 2 air conditioning only for those film. And after that, the rent, anyway, they have to move. So they move to the another industrial park. But I think I can't remember why, but they have to move again. So several years, they carry the more and more archives to go with them. And until 1997, in the Julían, Singapore Industrial Park. And now we have 22 vaults and storage around the area. There were 6 vaults for film, and another for staff's workspace or paper or tabs and equipment, and another other equipment to put. It's because it's, in the past, the funding is very few. Thank you.
So much from the presentation. I have a comment and a question. Comment is for many IATA or global members that don't aren't in the region, one whether you figure declaration the archival and vegetation in the region, the installation more in all of us. So and also the work of the Vatican, many things to know, but as a global provider of services that you can help all throughout the world, both these two areas that the company and faculty can instrumental in preservation and film. So there's there my question is about the student and about the can you elaborate a little bit more on the relationship with someone else at University of Arts and how students are learning the media yeah.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you for, I think Rachel will very happy here. And for the husband secret, the restoration. Actually, there has a termination of the art teacher by teaching students, but in that project, actually, because it's a project to TFAI, so actually, TNUA has a like digital restoration group to handle the project from outside and make sure the quality is equal to the each other, yeah. Students' education is important too. So I think that is two ways to the direction of something. Yeah. In school, teachers also teach students technology and analogy and in film and in the chemical, yes. But I think that is a process in school because as Rachel said, process is important than the end. So maybe have another can I tell the Shipping Way Wang Baochuan, the restoration story is that as I know, student did restoration one time and one time just for the the process to restoration or to go. So I think this is a different situation, but they can both exist in CNUA. I hope it can continue, right? Teacher? 谢老师。
I think it's very fun to play the lives goal. That I say we have and practice is still so we read here the concept and we think and should be like easy maybe we
Yeah, we're kind of here like big working together. So, we like the device so that we can teach people. If you know, this time. I can go for free. Thank you, thank you.
Does have one. That she's looking at the presentation.
Okay. That's fine. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. We have been here to discuss some of the slides on thank you for joining us today. We are here for a session for Dr. Throughlines, Ruth, Robertson's films that are changing Venezuelan landscape. My name is Hsuan from the University of California, San Francisco, Archives and Site Collections. And I'm very pleased to welcome our speakers for today, Wertheimer and María, Gabriela, good morning. Right. My apologies, Lauren author as well as Lauren author and María Gabriela Colmenares. It was a head of digital projects at the Advance of Humanities Research Center at the University of Texas at Austin. And María is the director of the Institute for Communication Research at the Universidad Central de Venezuela in Caracas. This session will explore the remarkable film archive of the Filipino's Ruth Robertson. And offer insights about the research and international collaboration made possible through the digitization and preservation of families. This will be a presentation that's with our speaker, María, will be joining us online. And our speaker in the room is also going to be speaking. Ready to take the speech? Yes. Thank you, María. I'm sorry. I'm good. All right, hello and thank you. Thank you for coming to our presentation, Oleoducto Throughlines, Ruth Robertson Films of a Changing Venezuelan Landscape. Next slide. Can you do the next slide, maybe? My name is Lauren Walker. I manage digital projects at the Harry Ransom Center. Back one slide, sorry. Humanities Research Library and Archive at the University of Texas, Austin, founded in 1957. The collection began with a focus on literature, rare books, and manuscripts, but the scope has expanded to include film art, performing arts, and photography, including an emphasis on photojournalism. The extensive archival collections provide insight to the creative process, and the center's mission is to provide access to these materials in ways that deepen understanding and appreciation of the humanities. The center has a fellowship program to give scholars the financial means and resources for on-site exploration and the on-site exploration of the collections for academic research. Fellows are awarded stipends to complete residencies at the center, immersing themselves in the unique archival materials. Today, the program hosts around 50 fellows each year, sustained by support from numerous organizations and individuals.
Hi, my name is María Gabriela Colmenares. I am Associate Professor of Film and Media Studies and Director of the Institute for Communication Research at the Central University of Venezuela. For 10 years now, I've been researching the representations of modernity and modernization in the media constellations of the oil industry in Venezuela, more specifically in corporate films, photographs, magazines, reports, radio and television programming created, distributed, shown, and broadcast by the Creole Petroleum Corporation and Royal Dutch Shell from 1947 to 1971. I discovered Ruth Robertson and her photographs and papers collection at the Harry Ransom Center while researching oil media in American and European archives, including the British Film Institute. In a previous paper, I explained that the National Library of Venezuela holds some collections of oil media, including Creole and Shell business films. However, they are not well preserved, and many of them are extremely deteriorated, if not lost. Stated by Damluji in 2015, oil media archives have been dispersed in many repositories around the world following the nationalizations and privatizations of the petroleum industry in exporting nations such as Mexico, Iraq, and Venezuela. As a result, these archives are often difficult to access, limited, and incoherent. In 2023, I applied for the Ransom Center Fellowship Program with my project, Ruth Robertson and the Media Constellations of the Oil Industry in Venezuela, 1946-1958. My research follows Robertson's work as a photographer and a filmmaker for Creole and Shell, focusing on her role in filming the construction of the Palmarejo de Palma Punta Cardón pipeline for the Shell film Oleoducto, made in 1952. As a recipient of the Ben Bradley Fellowship in Journalism, I spent 1 month at the Ransom Center reviewing Robertson's correspondence, book drafts, notebooks, clippings, prints, negatives, and digitized films from 1946, when she arrived in Venezuela, to 1958, when she left for Mexico. Ruth Robertson arrived in Venezuela in December 1946. From 1947, she worked as a freelance photojournalist for Venezuelan and international media, a photographer and a filmmaker for the Venezuelan airline Línea Aeropostal Venezolana, Venezuelan government agencies, the Creole Petroleum Corporation, and the Royal Dutch Shell. In 1949, she organized an expedition to measure the height of Angel Falls, which departed Caracas in April 23rd and returned on May 17th. The expedition was a success. In February 2nd, 1951, she married Charles Marietta, an engineer at the Atlantic Refining Company in Venezuela. Marietta was a University of Texas alumnus. This and the fact that the Mariettas relocated to Texas around the 1970s provide some context about Robertson's decision to donate her archives to the Harry Ransom Center. According to Patricia Hubbard, in 1992, Ruth Robertson appointed Patricia Hubbard as her literary executor. Hubbard negotiated the transfer of Robertson's archive to the University of Texas at Austin. She and Howard Goodman curated an exhibit of Robertson's photographs that traveled across the United States.
Over the past 10 years, I've worked closely with film materials in the center's collections, leading film winding and rehousing projects, and managing digitization of audio, video, and film materials. Ruth Robertson's collection of films stood out to me because of its condition and age, and many of the titles of her films were locations around the world that have changed significantly since the 1950s when the films were made. There are 106 films in the Ruth Robertson collection, all 16mm acetate, Kodachrome, color positive with no sound. Most have been wound onto archival cores in archival cans stored in a 37-degree Fahrenheit cold vault. 3 films were stiff and still on projection reels. The collection was ideal for digitization. It had hardly gotten any attention or resources from curators for over 30 years. In October 2024, I noticed Maria's fellowship identified the Ruth Robertson collection, but it seemed like she was unaware we had the films. The only way she would be able to access these films was if they were digitized. I was able to pitch the project to be a priority, and because of Maria's research initiative, it was compelling for the administration to support funding digitization of this material, enabling immediate research impact. In December 2024, I packed the films and shipped them to our vendor Media Preserve for digitization. The films were digitized using a laser graphics scan station. The cost of the outsourced digitization was $14,500 US. The digital files were delivered in February 2025. Files for each film include a DPX sequence, a ProRes MOV, an MP4, and an XML file with technical metadata about the transfer process, including comments from the digitization technician. This visual from the metadata spreadsheet, with the Venezuela films highlighted blue, shows some examples of the film titles, footage, duration, and transfer comments. The films have a range of deterioration. This example of transfer comments describes the film shown in the larger image with a highly deteriorated frame. The smaller image is a frame from another film with vivid Kodachrome color from the raw scan. I made a short compilation of some clips. Not sure if it will work, but yeah.
Okay, the video won't start.
Okay.
So
we can continue and
yeah.
If you have one of the other versions, we can play the clips at the
yeah,
end.
let me see.
Okay. So I made a short compilation of some of the clips to demonstrate the aesthetics of her films and share impressions from working with the material. These films are raw footage, so there were many abrupt cuts, and some of the image quality reflects challenges of the environment and operating the camera filming solo out in the field. These clips are specifically from her Venezuela films to show the range of content from her work there. The total footage and duration of her Venezuela films is 7,342 feet, or 4 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds.
Yeah, here's the video. Okay. Share. Here. I'm sorry. Just go down.
That's okay.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, over the ending, I'm sorry, 72 of Robertson's digitized 60mm color films were shot in Venezuela. 56 of the films document the construction of the Shell pipeline. 8 were shot in Bolivar State, southwest of Venezuela, on occasion of the 1954 tours Robertson and Alex Laime organized to Angel Falls and the Grand Sabana. 5 of them were likely travel films shot on different locations around Venezuela, and 2 were home movies filmed at the Marieta's home in Santa Edwigis, Caracas. For the remainder of this presentation, I will focus on the films about the pipeline construction. On May 17, 1951, Robertson wrote to her friend Gladys, I am a working gal again. I had begun thinking nobody wanted to hire me. But Shell called me to see if I would do a year's work, that of doing a colored movie on the building of their new pipeline. I'll be on a retainer plus a daily fee. Already, I have bought a professional camera with 4 lenses and all the film editing accessories that I need, and I have been out twice on trips. I'll work about a week a month. This is a letter from 1951. Her work was edited by the Shell Film Unit, which produced the business film Oleoducto, which is Pipeline, in 1952. We may assume that Robertson did not previously own a 16mm camera and that all of the digitized films were made after she bought that camera at the end of 1950 or the beginning of 1951. According to the film Oleoducto, the construction of the pipeline from Palmarejo de Mara near Maracaibo to the Gardón refinery in the Paraguaná Peninsula began in January 1951 and finished in April 1952. These maps show, okay, I'll just wait until the video finishes so I can show you the maps.
Okay.
That is Angel Falls, or Churu Falls, as they're known here in Venezuela. Okay, this is Robertson while filming the construction of the pipeline. So here I am. Okay. This map shows the locations she filmed along the pipeline route. Okay. Here. In her correspondence, shortly after her arrival in Venezuela, Robertson mentions that she sent color negatives to the United States for developing. Maybe this was the case for the 16mm Kodachrome films of Oleoducto, but it is more likely that Shell undertook this task. In the 1930s, Venezuela became a top oil exporting nation. As explained by Chilento and Martin in 2022, the 1950s were a decade of massive oil infrastructure building around Lake Maracaibo. Refineries like Hawaiʻi and Punta Cardón in Paraguaná, new wells, ports, as well as oil and gas pipelines. The Palmarejo de Mara Punta Cardón pipeline was 273 kilometers long and 72 centimeters wide. It was built to transport crude oil from the oil camps in Lake Maracaibo to the Shell Punta Cardón refinery, inaugurated in 1949. Although the Lake Maracaibo area was densely populated by 1950, Paraguaná and most of the state of Falcón were not. The new refineries in Hawaiʻi and Punta Cardón required appropriate housing for the workforce, so Creole and Shell planned and built modern oil towns in the neighboring areas. The economic boom attracted people from all over Venezuela, and this led to a rapid population growth in the region. Okay, here is this video. Okay. Just wait a second because the video won't play here, but okay. Yes. Okay. Most of Robertson's 56 films about the construction of the pipeline capture the arrival, unloading, and storage of the pipes in the Punta Palmas near Maracaibo and the Punta Cardón refinery, as well as the marking, deforestation, and leveling of the terrain along the pipeline's route. Oleoducto, as many other business films made by Shell, Creole, and many other oil companies around the world, is about modernization as a process conducted by the petroleum industry, which involves the transformation of the natural landscape into cities, derrick fields, refineries, oil town, ports, airports, roads, and highways. During her travels around the pipeline route, Robertson took time to capture the natural landscape and the traditional way of life in the area she visited. The indigenous Wayuu people around Maracaibo cattle farms and shrimp fisheries in Falcon State, and small sailing boats typical of Lake Maracaibo. She also documented the life of the pipeline workers at Punta de Palmas. Robertson's fascination with Venezuela's natural landscape and indigenous peoples is consistent with the narrative of modernization framed by the semantic oppositions such as culture, nature, progress, backwardness, modernity, tradition, and urban rural. Robertson's pipeline films are the only raw archival footage left of the Shell Creole film units in Venezuela. Oleoducto was made during the transition from the Film Action Committee of the oil industry, which operated from 1947 to 1952, to the in-house film units of Shell and Creole created in 1952. Just wait a second because I have another video. I believe these digitized films will provide a better understanding of this transition. The making of Oleoducto exemplifies the production system devised by John Grierson for the Shell Film Unit in the 1930s, which was transferred to the Venezuela Shell Film Unit. In Venezuela, Shell hired individuals like Robertson or local production companies such as Aguila Films to film on location. The Venezuelan Shell Film Unit was in charge of post-production, distribution, and exhibition of the films. Robertson's films provide a rare opportunity to better understand the system, as well as the transformation of the Venezuelan natural landscape into a petro landscape, shaped by the oil industry and the Venezuelan state modernizing drive. And this is pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Maria. Perfect.
Thank you, Helen, and like that is fun for the presentation. We have about 2 minutes left for questions. If there are any questions online or in the room, I'm happy to take them. This presentation really represents a wonderful, fruitful collaboration between a researcher and an institution holding the collections. Could you tell us more about kind of the communications that happened throughout the duration of the project? In terms of prioritizing films or investment of the description of the films, and how these films are then made public, if at all, to a wider community?
Let's see. So I mean, I really just kind of knew that these films, I knew that these films were in our collection and that they hadn't really had any visibility. And I just really found, looking through the fellowship program, like who was coming in, I noticed that someone was interested in these, and it seemed like this was sort of her research specialty. So that's what, started this collaboration. And we do own the copyright to Ruth Robertson's films, so that enabled more sharing and with Maria, and but we haven't really done any enhancements to metadata or anything yet. Do you want to add anything to that, Maria?
I didn't hear the question very well because the audio volume from the interventions is really low. I don't know why, but I didn't hear it.
It was mostly about the our collaboration and working with these films.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, I was really surprised when Lauren sent me an email saying that there were, a bunch of Ruth Robertson films there at the Harry Ransom Center, and that she was digitizing them. So I was so thrilled because I didn't imagine that there would be some films left. So I'm really grateful for this collaboration, and I'm really glad my fellowship turned out to bring them and into digitization and finally being able to present here.
Thank you, and I think we're just about at time, so I wanted to make sure that we give another round of applause to our speakers. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Maria.
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you, everyone. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello again. Hello everyone again. Aloha. Everyone in the room and also online. And welcome to this session, Biocultural Heritage, Participatory Mapping of Native Vegetation in the City of Puerto and Julían, Santa Cruz, Argentina, presented by Cruz, Gustavo, and Navarro, who is the director of the Southern Patagonian Memories Project at the Universidad Nacional de la Patagonia Austral. Also be sharing the new project in the process of creating a visual map of native flora and purpose of Julían, Argentina, using open source tools and training students to collect data through filming, geocoding trees, lots of environment, and maybe inside of the long run. So they'll be with us.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gustavo Navarro. From the National University of Southern Patagonia. Today, I am excited to present our project, Biocultural Heritage, Participatory Mapping of Native Vegetation in the City of Puerto Santa Cruz, San Julián, Argentina. The goal of this project was to create a comprehensive digital map of all cities, native flora to preserve and highlight to biocultural heritage. I will walk you through four key aspects of the project. First, the methodology and training workshops. Second, the field work and data collection process. Third, the digital tools and platform we use. And finally, the impact and contribution of this project to our community. We begin with 2 training workshops for students. The first focused on planning, defining mapping areas, designing a work plan, and scheduling tasks. The second workshop was technical, covering the use of the open source tools like OpenStreetMap, specifically a panorama from OpenStreetMap and Colwell Digital Repository Platform. We conducted those two field trips for identified fields and classified 3 located in public space, excluding private property, to ensure accurate classification based on physical composition, distribution, and planting methods. We interviewed municipal personnel responsible for maintaining public squares and spaces. After collection, the film recording were edited and all information was stored in the Colwell Digital Repository. The date was then georeferenced in OpenStreetMap with metadata assigned to each entry. For visualization, we use Panoramax, a free open source alternative to Street View in Google, and the Baba application, which simplify photo collection and submission. The result is a digital map where each tree is represented by a circle its side indicating the tree's diameter and its color reflecting. The species type in this map make it information and afforestation and tree planting in Puerto Santa Cruz, publicly access turning data into a resource for the community. The project has a positive impact in 3 key areas. First, it raised community awareness, resource use. Second, it equipped a student with skill in digital mapping and data management, empowering them as information producer. And third, it was a collaborative effort supported by students, teachers, researchers, for example, the school and the University of Patagonia, Australia. In conclusion, this project combined community, participation, education, and open source technology to preserve and promote local biocultural heritage. We have created a replica model for other regions. I sent the project in the web. This is a repository, and we have the project here. Sorry. The image was in the repository. For example, I have a example. This is the area, no, in Santa Cruz. And it's possible navigation in the information, no? 3. Or selection. It's very difficult because it's on time, no? But it's the image was in the repository, and the technology is open source. We use OpenStreetMap. Panoramax is an application from France that use OpenStreetMap. Another application, but always under the umbrella of OpenStreetMap and free software. No? Okay, sorry for my English. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gustavo, for your presentation. If there are any questions from the audience that I have, welcome to receive them.
Hello. The project is now no finish. We have the first phase in for the end of the year, when I relevation of the trees. In the second. Yes, yes.
Gustavo, could you share a little bit more about what are the data points that you calculate about each tree?
Yes, yes, yes.
So can you give us an example of what data?
In the repository?
Sure, yes.
Yes. This is a repository. We have a lot of paper, documents, newspaper, but in this project we have an image of the tree. And then the link at the panoramic OpenStreetMap.
Do you also collect data about when the photo or the image was taken, who took the photo?
It's possible, but the problem in Latin America is the money. And this project is very, very expensive. And we use open source, but travel, find, buy technology. It's very expensive, and always we try to find money, no, for this project.
That seems to be a universal funding is a universal
Yes,
theme.
because in the second phase, we are interested in continue the project with the national park in Patagonia, Monte León, the Parque Nacional Monte León, and because Monte León has a lot of flora, no, flora, and the and document historic also, and maybe could be a project in biocultural digital humanities, maybe. But we need a sponsor, but it's
Could you also share a little bit more about the students? Are they undergraduate students? Are they graduate students? And how do they participate in this?
the students are level media. It's not the university, the student. The student study in the majority are poverty and study in the night, and no young people is and participate of this project because they appropriated of technology and use in another subject. For example, in know your town. In those students of the university, students of the middle college.
Are there any other questions in the audience? Yes, please. The process every 3 years and already say organized by leader.
Updating the data. Yes, the next month, the student go to the street to take photograph, film, and add the information in the site. And but we need for continue the project to find a sponsor, no, for the project. But the archive, the repository have 5 years, and we have a lot of documents, but it's very difficult in the south, in Patagonia, work with the political decision of the government, because the government, I don't understand this word, no. It's a political problem, no. No, it's a problem of the war. War is possible, no? You understand?
We have a question in the sheet, that is in Spanish.
And the information digital, we use Omeka repository for Omeka S for the image document. Omeka is free. It's very interesting because it's possibly Omega have two versions, Omega Classic and Omega S for oriented to web and linking web.
Bill, do you have any questions? So thank you all for attending the session. Thank you, Gustavo, again, for your wonderful presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Just thinking out. I don't entirely know what it is.
Yeah,
Should I take this at like?
Yeah, I guess you didn't say.
Tomorrow. Yeah, no, there's a cord that's just way too short to connect, so, but.
They don't mind not being notified. Yeah.
That's just the present.
Okay.
I'm working.
Okay, no problem. No, that works even better.
Yeah, so can I just sit there?
Yeah. Yeah.
If there's any question,
Yeah.
I just.
So the red light means the microphone is live. This is just the airline stewardess.
I wondered where did the sound come from? Yeah.
This one to turn the mic on.
Yeah.
No, 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 no.
Wow. I don't even know what these are. I'm just gonna close it. Sorry. Oh. Ears become very sensitive. Oh, well, that's connected to it.
Oh, that's the presentation. This is just. Oh, it's just the Bible. Okay. No. Just one of them.
Yeah.
You started.
Yes.
Yeah, we did it. Yeah, it's good.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we should be good for at least this presentation.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Well, maybe it's just. It's not open.
Yes. Yes. If you have any part of this one, for this one.
Correct.
So that's probably by the comments, yeah, pushing the focus happen.
Yes.
You should need to be in extra. Okay. So,
Into it, it should pick up your physically close. I will try, yeah, I'll remotely. Thank you.
Yeah, that's still coming together and survey like one minute before we get started. Okay, so we are at 11:31. So hi everyone, I'm María from the Library of Congress. Really excited to moderate this session today. We have two speakers from the Korean Film Archive, and we are going to be learning about preserving Korean cultural heritage identity and environmental memory of the UFX assets on i.AM, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Oh, just I.AM, okay. I need this presentation. Okay, but so I'm very excited. We saw a little bit of a preview during our testing session, so I think we see some great visuals. So please join me in welcoming I apologize for the name. EunJeong, close enough, and YounJoo. Just for Q&A. Just for Q&A. Please welcome. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is EunJeong from the Korean Film Archive. I'm here with my colleague, Ms. EunJeong. First of all, thank you for being here. I really appreciate your time and interest. Today, our presentation is titled Preserving Korean Cultural Identity and Environmental Memory Through VFX Assets on i.AM. Here's a quick look at today's outline. Let's begin with the overview. Hello everyone. Today we are living in a time of many changes. Climate change, disease, and new technologies are changing our world. Old places are disappearing. Old places in life are going away. Choices are becoming distant. So we must ask, how can we keep our memories and places safe? In this talk, I will show you how we use digital tools and assets to keep these stories. We make picture content that people can enjoy. The Korean Film Archive is at the center of this work. We acquire digital files and we share them with creators around the world. We have a platform called i.AM, Incredible SM climate crisis and museum projects do more than change places. They also destroy the places where people made memories. They cut the feelings and stories that connect old and young generation. So, archives cannot stay quiet. We must take action. We must use digital tools to tell stories again. In this way, lost memories can be returned and broken time can join together again. This is the vision of the Korean Film Archive today. Let me share one important project in our archive. The digital border of Gangwon in 1987. If you visit Seoul, you may know Gangwon. It's the main gate of Gyeongbokgung Palace, the home of Korean kings from Joseon Dynasty, which ruled Korea from the late 14th century to the late 19th century. But Gangwon is not just an old gate. It shows many layers of history. In one place, we see the path of kings, the Japanese occupation, and the modern city of Seoul. Why 1987? In 1987, South Korea was developing very fast. Seoul was preparing for the 1988 Summer Olympics. The country was moving from military rule to the democracy. At the time, Gwanghwamun stood in front of the big Japanese government general building. This building was a symbol of colonial rule from 1910 to 1945. The building is very strong. The Korean Royal Gate in front, the Japanese building behind. It shows pain, memory, and change our own image. Today, that scene is gone. The Japanese building was destroyed, but we wanted to save that moment, not to celebrate it, but to remember it and to tell stories about it. So, how was the essay created? We use old blueprints and survey data, photos from the 1980s and historical records. We built the gate in detail, including stone structures like Hongye, Chungseok, and Hwaban. We made a 3D image showing the gate, the Japanese building, and the 1980s Seoul skyline coexisted together. Why is this important? This model shows 3 time periods in one picture: Royal Joseon dynasty and Japanese occupation and modern Korea. This scene no longer exists without the digital reconstruction. Future generation cannot fully understand it. The model is not only history, it is a tool for storytellers. Filmmakers, teachers, and filmmakers can use it to talk about Korea's pain and recovery, the fight to protect our buildings, and how cities change over time. Gwanghwamun is a symbol of Korean identity. It has been destroyed, moved, and rebuilt many times. All digital models helps us see not only beauty, but also comfort and memory. It lets people create new stories to understand the past and to connect with them in creative ways. But we didn't stop in the past. To expand the visual stories of Gwanghwamun, we also captured the same places placed in 2022 using a driving plate essay. I will show you. Using the sound. business for timber, mounting a camera on a moving vehicle to record the street view continuously like a flowing movie. By comparing the 1987 reconstruction with the 2022 driving footage, we can now observe how the space have changed or stayed the same across two different decades. This turns the archive into more than records. It becomes our tool to visualize time itself, to reconnect broken urban memories, and to restore not just the place, but the passage of time within it. Not only buildings or places disappear because of climate change and city growth, also symbols in our memories can become weak and broken with time. The Joseon Navy, Technomotor, Isun신, and the Robertson are good examples. The real objects do not exist today, but they are very strong symbols in the shared memory of Korean people. With i.AM, we use digital technology to restore this symbol. In this way, we try to connect memories that cannot be seen with the eyes. And we can choose the option of the view. Showing detailed face. As the mirror isn't Wertheimer is one of the most famous figures of the Joseon dynasty. The certain mobile made by i.AM shows him in great detail. His armor, his weapons, his posture, and even his expression are carefully made. But it is not only about his looks. The model also shows his dignity and his meaning in victory. This 3D model can be used for education, for future simulation, and for digital content. It helps bring important figure back to light. And then Joseon Naval Commander. This model shows a normal naval soldier of the Joseon dynasty. His clothes, armor, and helmet are made with care based on future studies and records. The details are very exact. They have us see what the common soldier looks like in that time. This model can be used in better simulation picture classes, and visual content. It is a way to bring collective memory into digital form. That Robertson is authorship. Robertson is a special case. No leadership remains today. So I.AM use old books and historical source to make a digital version. Here's a possible form of the sheet. Maybe both researching and yeah. This shows important idea. Even when real objects are missing, we can still reveal symbols from memory with digital tools. In this way, we make sure the story does not break through future generation. And I.AM, we believe our digital archive is not just a place to tour the past. It is a place where we connect broken timeline. We imagine both the symbols and we build future stories that generation can share. We begin with record information, yes, but we also explore what is missing. Creative reconstruction, we bring memory back into the present. In a time of climate crisis, rapid urban change, and uncertainty in digital environments, an archive must protect more than just historical. In most projects, the continuity of memory, not just what we say, but how we pass it on. We share meaningfully and together. Thank you. I'm talking about hello. Yeah. Okay, so what's the great presentation? First of all, I think a big round of applause that they should have you because they are getting accepted, right? So we are here. So can I've got questions on these off of the first. So, do you have any questions from those people?
Right, thank you for something. It's interesting because there's something that I'm trying to remember. Well, I was thinking about people that do it sad and something like literally stuff, and usually there is no a single place for like government run place or a place that you can find like historically reliable scan or historically reliable assets. And it's so nice for me how and trustful, and some place that you don't really get habits or I don't know, education, the first video is like movies, video games, and everything that I really want to really help people do not mix with your culture, but they are not gonna have like they're not gonna have any skills because to the maid or something to do. Because you already gave them the that and you gave them like that and something to do. And I feel like this is kind of a big step for you to take control of everything like how your culture is gonna be seen, not only by you but all people around the world that want to do like this type of.
So thank you for your comment. So it's also a comment and question. Yeah. Okay, so let me explain it a little bit further because of course in South Korea we already have several asset companies, but you know when they like these kind of assets, they try to save money and time. So sometimes it's really inaccurate. So the government and the Ministry of Culture thinks that we have to build some kind of not exactly government controlled, but more like a community supported asset acquisition and platform. So these plates and assets are actually some of them were already used in some kind of movies or TV dramas, but when we collect them, we kind of make them reprocess and to make them more accurately according to the historical records. So it is how we can redistribute them actually, like as you said. This we hope for, but unfortunately, it's not really well advertised yet. So, assuming people that have seen our as a platform I.AM, please contact this platform so that we can give you more accurate assets.
I was wondering if you could talk about other things that you like, but I don't know if you can say it, but because I really have to figure it out. How do you make any people to control of that for that?
Okay, thank you for your question. Actually, our archive play as an intermediary role for the assets. So actually, we built the platform, but someone who contacts with a certain kind of assets, the platform send the message to the company that created the assets, so they can afterwards they can directly sell and buy those assets.
Can you talk, I have just two questions, one of the follow-up to the one earlier. So the data source for the gate was architectural drawings, which you just read. Can you talk a little bit about the data sources for the historical clothing and the faces? Where is that coming from?
Well, we try to reconstruct it, like it's almost like restoring these images from the based on the records, but sometimes they're opposing missing parts, so we have to add a little bit of ideas and with something else to make it finalized. And
yeah, no, that's good. That's a yes, that is an excellent response. The other question I had was, and this may be a difficult one, but can you talk a little bit about the storage about that data? But then like what that technically that data, how is it stored, the file format is it in, and the volume of that, and how can you manage such a large data?
Because I work in the team that manages the platform, but the person who are in charge of the platform couldn't make here. So I'm trying to, remember the conversation, especially over my head. So, okay, so yeah, we have a lot of data. It's like a couple terabytes, I think, and it's we have to search some kind of storage, connected to the asset platform, and then as you can see, it's actually really heavily loaded because you have to buy it, you have to actually see the specifics of the assets. So I think it is also the ongoing problem that can show the quality, but also making the pattern right. Yeah.
And that's fair. That fair. Do you have any other questions you have for me? Well, if not, we can give a final round of applause for presenting David.
Ahora,
Yes.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everyone. We're going to get ready to start our next presentation. So thank you so much for joining us. And we are starting just on time. So we have some exciting research to look at today, problems and prospects for preserving environmental audiovisual data in India. And so please help join me in welcoming Dr. Sukanta, Patra, who's a librarian at the Vidyasthadar College for Women under the University of Calcutta. So please join me in welcoming that speaker.
Aloha. To beginning my speech, I want to say with a standing. Audible, no? On this day, the 11th of September, we go ahead in remembrance of Swami Vivekananda, who in 1893 delivered his inaugural access address at the World Parliament of Religion in Chicago. His opening was, "Sisters and Brothers of America," not only won him a standing ovation, but also opened the door of India's spiritual wisdom to the world. In a single moment, he transformed how the East was perceived by the West, instilling pride of our heritage and giving India's voice of dignity, tolerance, and universality. May we all strive to embody his timeless message: arise, awoke, and stop, not to till the goal is reached. Thank you. Thank you all. Now, today, I want to talk about the problem and prospects for preserving environmental audiovisual data in India. And myself, Dr. Sukanta Patra, librarian of Vidyasthadar College for Women. Now, what do you mean about the environmental audiovisual data? That is already, as you know, the recording of the natural soundscape, birds call, rivers, and the digital wildlife behavior and community interactions. The role of audiovisual data. Number one, that captures the ecological soundscape, that is the records, the natural sounds and the visual behavior, offering invaluable insight into the ecosystem health. The number two, provide the baseline for monitoring. That's the establish the fundamental data for long-term environmental monitoring and trend analysis. Number three, enhance community knowledge to support the cultural community by documenting indigenous wisdom and local ecological practices. Such as example in India, SACON's the Comprehensive Birds Call Archives for the aviation research. And so on, there are extensive documented projects on indigenous tribal knowledge related to biodiversity. Now, what is the current landscape in India? The growing initiative, increasing the adoption of the citizen science platforms and the digital tools like eBird, Macquarie the library. Number two, volume search. Number three, fragmented storage. That means the data is scattered across the numerous institutions leading to the silos. Number 4, the dedicated institutions and the centralization gap. What are the major problems? The major problems in preservation of environmental AV data. In our country, the digital infrastructure in inadequate and outdated system for data storage and access. Number 2, environmental degradation. So loss of natural habitat leading at the loss of the sources of materials. You know, there are the loss of the birds and the animals that are distinct from the ecosystems, but we don't preserve their voice and recordings. If we preserve, I think in our future we may see the things. And third one is the copyrights and ownership. It is our big problems. And funding and policy. It is our most the problem of the funding, and because corruption is too much there. And technological obsolescence and skill archivists. Now, problem 1, lack of digital infrastructure. What are they? The outdated storage system. Many institutions are really on the antiquated local storage, prone to features and prone to failure and lacking the scalability. That means if we maximum standard, you use the storage technology, but in local server, in day-to-day use, then when it is crashed, we lost the data. And limited cloud solutions. If we store the data in a cloud space, then we can store in future. No, and it is limitation and insufficient adaptation of the access of modern secure and the scalable cloud-based archival platforms. And third one is the high digitization cost. There's a lot of high digitization costs are there. The financial burden and the converting along the formats of digital to prohibition and many organizations. Now, problem 2, the environmental degradations. What are they? In habitat loss of soundscape, deforestation and the urbanizations, the silence, the unique, the ecological recording forever. As natural environments disappeared, so do the distinct acoustic the signature of those places. This means the invaluable baseline data for the species disruption on ecosystem health and irreversibility of the lost. And there are also noise pollutions are there. Now we're trying to control, but still noise pollution is disrupting the natural recordings. Orthophonic, the noise, the interference, and capturing the clear and accurate the environmental audio. Urban and industrial sounds often marks up the degrade the recording of the wildlife and natural phenomena, making data analysis clearings, challenging the disseminating the scientific value of the archives. Now, problem 3, copyright and ownership issues. The indigenous knowledge versus commercial use. And there are some another legal ambiguity of the data sharing. And the balancing between the indigenous knowledge and commercial use is, it is too much is a problem in India. The limited funding and policy support. What is the birds, in between in Kolkata, in my place, in the 100 years ago, the birds is appeared, but now it is extinct. In Kolkata, the birds is known as the hargila. Hygiela who eat just like a crow or crow, and the lost of the bad materials are they eat and clean the nature. But it is disappeared from forever in India also. So low priority of the government scheme and dependence of the international grants. Problem 5, the technological obsolescence. There are 100%, there is the old format at risk. There are the 100%, it is problem. And 90% format of migration needed. It's a old technology to new technology, the migration needed in 90%. And the express gap is 75%. That means the old format we use when you use the audio tape, video cassettes, and the early the digital files are rapidly deteriorating and for the becoming the unreadable as the playback the equipment become the unvaluable. That is estimated 100% of this format will be obsolete very soon. So preserving tomorrow. The innovative approaches to audiovisual archiving explore the future of the audiovisual preservation in the rapidly evolving the digital landscape of India. The unfolding challenges, a shortage of skilled AV archivists, the core problem, the demand of the audiovisual preservation for the outstrip the supply of the trained professional. This critical storage impact our the ability to safeguard and invaluable culture and historical records. Security experts in the AV preservation techniques and growing needs of the interdisciplinary specialists at the intersection of technology, humanities, and conservation. A spectrum of solutions. So it is the prospects for the futures. What are they? Number 1 is AI and machine learning. And the community participations, government and NGO initiative, and blockchain for data security, indigenous ecological knowledge, and sustainable preservation of fair principles. It is our future prospects. Prospects 1, AI and machine learning in actions. If we use the AI and machine learning offer to transform the potential for the automating the labor incentive, the archiving the tasks, making the preservation more efficient and accessible. That means the automated species of identifications, noise reduction, algorithm, and metadata generations. We use for the AI for preservation of the environmental data. Prospect 2, empowering the preservation through community participations. So we engaging the public and local community can dramatically expand the scope and reach the preservation efforts, bring diverse the perspectives and the data. As you know, in my country, in West Bengal, there is a tribal people, so that is in Purulia. Their culture day to day lost because when in hotels or any other place they dancing and so on, but it is changing rather than the other it is but in our the old the culture we do not preserve it actually. The mixing for the new technologies now. We engage in tribal communities and the volunteer archival projects. Prospect 3, government and NGO initiative as catalyst. That you know the Digital India missions and partnership with the UNESCO, IUCN red list data and funding the policy as government, then government grants and policy support data for the innovation and the sustainable AV preservations. Prospect for blockchain for secure and transparent the archiving. Immutable records, decentralized storage, and copyright protection. When we store the data in a single platform or a single server, if we scatter the as decentralization, then the data may be stored in future. Because when I core up the data in my machines or in another, this stored to another machine for future uses. So decentralized storage is prospects of the to archiving the data. And copyright protections also. Prospect 5, the power of citizen science and digital media growth. The prolifications of digital media and the rise of citizen science, the initiative that create and participate the opportunities for data collection and the public engagement in preservations. That was the acoustic, the monitoring, mobile data collection, and community engagement. Prospect 6, the valuing and archiving the indigenous ecological knowledge. Indigenous community to hold the invaluable knowledge about the local ecosystem and the sustainable practices, which is often conveyed through oral tradition. Digital archiving is essential for preserve and share this wisdom, such as the oral histories, traditional understanding, and ethical digital archiving. So the fundamental principle, sustainable preservation and the fair data. Sustainable preservation to ensure that the valuable audiovisual heritage is accessible not just today, but in the generation to come, enabling the intergenerational knowledge transfer and long-term ecological research. And as you know, the fair principle, that is the findable, accessible the data, findable the data, accessible the data, interoperable the data, and reusable data for the future use. The preserving India's audiovisual heritage. India rich cultural and ecological transparency of the captured in the countless audiovisual records. This invaluable the resources from historical footage to ecological survey are at stakes. Our approach focuses on context-sensitive solutions, the blending the global-based practices with the local needs, ensuring the inclusive the stockholders' participation for the lasting the impact. The key recommendations for sustainable preservation: to establish the National Digital AV Repository, the trans archivist and the ecologist, secure funding for long-term sustainability, and encourage the citizen science to initiative. In my conclusion of the paper, safeguarding the collective future. These are the policy interpretive. India arguably need the robust policies for the audiovisual data preservation to the protect its unique the cultural and ecological record. The dual approach, the leverage the global frameworks for best practice while the getting the invaluable the local knowledge and indigenous the conservation methods. And collaborative the spirit, the fostering the strong partnership across the government, NGOs, academic institutions, and the local communities to archive the comprehensive the preservation goal and intergenerational impact. By the preserving these assets today, we ensure that the utility and inspiration of the future generation, the contributing to inform the decision making and cultural community. So, if I preserving the past, informing the future. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. When I heard the votes on,
I was immediately brought back to one of the keynote speakers who was working with birds on the island of Hawaiʻi.
Oh.
And so who knew that that birding was so impactful? Before I ask a question, I'm going to open it up to the floor. Do you have any questions from participants? Anyone in the meeting? Anybody on Zoom? Oh, we'll go there and then.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It can be, if it is surveying is in the under process, you can try to surveying by the data. Yes. So you don't.
No survey yet, but maybe something that will make it.
Yeah.
But good question.
No, it is 100%, and we trying to the National Digital Library of India. It is a big project of government of India, and they there's with the project lots of audiovisual materials and non-book materials, book materials, and preserved as a digitally. And we try in future to accumulate the audiovisual data into for preserving.
Any other questions? So I'd like to ask a question about the engagement of the citizen scientists and the local indigenous populations. Could you talk a little bit about the value that that would bring to the project?
Yeah, we're trying to aware the people because for the future, if there are lots of the people engage their mobile, and we trying to convey the message. If we save the in our world or save our heritage, but you know the we preserve as a in the it is not good enough to preserve the past or the actual yeah, that's the problem.
That's all. Thank you. Any other questions in the room? Otherwise, please join me in thanking Dr. Patra for an excellent presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all of you.
We are recording now for Zoom. If I'm dropping it up.
Yeah.
To run that, just you have a. Sorry. I'm going to for like a vision, but if you know, like at some point,
No,
you think I'm speaking too much, we can make like okay.
We can go over time because it's
Yeah,
actually.
it will be it's cancelled, but maybe like the public will not be so speak to 1 hour 15 minutes of me.
No, after I finish introducing you, I'll just sit over here.
Okay.
Okay. That will be easier for them because we help them see each other.
Yeah.
So, hello everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. So, we have one program for the post-lunch session. First of all, my deepest apologies for my pronunciation in French. To my left is Mr. Jean-Baptiste Masson. He's doing his postdoctorate at University of Vernet too. He's also associate researcher at the Cinémathèque de Bretagne.
Yeah, that's good.
Bretagne. Yeah, okay. His presentation is actually highly relevant to many of us, most of us, including myself. He will be talking about a 2-year project that he's nearly completed, which gives recommendations to small archives with limited financial and human resources. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Rendo. And yeah, very happy to be here. And thanks a lot to Yaza also for the travel grant that enables me to be in the wonderful Hawaii. And so yes, I'm going to speak about amateur films, sound, and restoration. Amateur films are usually thought as silent until the advent of sound cameras in the 70s, while in fact sound has been used by amateurs since a long time. And when you look at magazines, amateur cinema magazines from the 30s, there is quite a lot of articles, nearly one every month, that is dedicated to sound and the recording of sounds already in the 30s. And so with disc recorders, as you can see here, with different methods. And I'm going to add an image that is at the end of my presentation to show that sound was really practiced on a high level of expertise by amateurs, because this is a picture from the 50s, and it is a home studio from the south of France, Tarbes. And if this is a picture from 54, where you can see like there is a turntable, but the big elements is probably like a homemade mixer amplifier. There is a tape recorder being built just in front of it. And on the right, you can see two different disc recorders. And on the lower shelf, there are an amplifiers. We can see the bars on it. There is a turntable and over. And on the right of the lower shelf is a range of microphones. And so this is quite a typical home studio from an amateur in the south of France, not a big city, Tarbes in the 50s, but still people were practicing sound at and recording sound. And so they started even before in the 30s, and even before. This is Charles Aramburu, as you can see here, with his camera. And he opened his own fairground to show movies in 1896, so very soon after the Frères Lumière. And the Frères Lumière made their film, the famous film, L'Entrée du Train en Gare de la Ciotat, that they shot on 95 and shown on 96. And Aramburu thought, oh, wow, that's a great movie, but where is the sound? And so he did the same film in the Gare de Châtellerault, because he's from Châtellerault. Châtellerault in the 86, it had like 20,000 inhabitants. It's the center of France. And so he shot the train coming at the station, but he also brought his phonograph cylinder to record the sound. And then he was showing the film with sound plus images. And this is documented by the newspaper of the time. And the people were, wow, it's amazing to see the pictures and with the sound of the train, which was very spectacular. And he made several films like this with the images and the sound, with different scenes in the streets of Châtellerault during the flood in Châtellerault too. Unfortunately, if the films, the images are preserved, the original cylinders have disappeared. So the film now are silent. But you can see Aramburu films are preserved by the Cinémathèque de Nouvelle-Aquitaine, which is in Limoges, a local archive. And you can see the films on the website of the Cinémathèque de Nouvelle-Aquitaine. And this is also like it's a local archive, the Cinémathèque de Nouvelle-Aquitaine, and which is also like to present the context of the handbook. And this local context is really at the heart of the work, because in France, in Italy, in Switzerland, amateur films are collected mainly, even like only by local archives. And a good of them are small organizations, small associations. Sometimes it's just a 1 or 2% team. Sometimes it's more like 10, 15. So it really depends. But it stays like small structures with limited human and financial resources. And even if they are smaller, yeah, they nonetheless do great work and have like a highly competent staff. But the aim of the handbook is to produce guidelines to present case studies, solutions that can be applied in these small organizations. Because unfortunately, sound is often the poor relation in this organization, and the archivists are very competent for the image, but for the sound, much less. And because their training does not have a lot of sound, they lack the equipment, or they lack the knowledge to operate the equipment, or they don't have just the time, in fact, to do this, because it's small structure, and so time is money, and so they can't dedicate a lot of time to sound, because they are, most of them are selling images, and so they focus on the image, which is a pity, because a lot of them, like I visited like a dozen of these organizations in France, Italy, Switzerland, and a lot of them have like dedicated sound collections, and sometimes like autonomous sound collections with oral history from the region, with soundscape recordings from the 50s, from the 60s, with family recordings, and but because the archivist doesn't exactly know how to handle this. A lot of these sound collections are left out and even not even cataloged. So they are very hard to access, but Pedro was showing this morning that if you don't know that the information is here, you are not going to access it. And so the information is lost. And so the manual is to try to bring them to focus more on sound. Part of the work was to quantify the use of sound by these amateur filmmakers. And this was quite difficult to have numbers in all the organizations because, as I said, a lot of them, the sound is not even cataloged, so they don't even know the amount of sound that they have. But for those who have a good description of the collection, these are the numbers. I'm not going to read the numbers, you can see them, but this is interesting to see that 10.9%, 11, 10, 10, with quite sometimes important collection with 13,000 films, 18,000, 30,000, and small collection also with still the same percentage. So 10%, it's like not that much, but the real number is probably higher because it, of course, it only counts the soundtracks that have been preserved. And we see that Aramburu was recording sound, but it has been lost. As sound is a poor relation in comparison to image, as I said, like sound that has not been properly studied. And so films are appearing silenced while they are soundtracks on quarter-inch tape, on cassettes. And so it doesn't appear here. And mostly all the sound films are from starting from the 50s. And so all the older ones from the 20s and 30s are not also taken into account because the sound technology for the amateurs was still in its infancy. And of course, all the sounds that were live sound has not, while it was a real practice in early cinema, are not counted in these numbers. So there is still work to do on that. But still, the stability of a percentage is quite remarkable. And this is on 65,000 films. I have collected, I'm still collecting numbers, and now I am at around 80,000. And the percentage is still stable at 10, 11, 12%. And so it starts to signify something like this number. And the case of home movies, which is the National Archive for Home Movies in Italy, is interesting because it collects only home movies, while for the Cinémathèque de Bretagne, Cyclic, Cinémathèque de Nouvelle-Aquitaine, the others, they collect every kind of amateur films. So with documentaries, fictions, animations, and still with home movies, we still have this number of 10%. So I start to think that this number has a significance. It's also not surprising that it's not it's like this 10% because to record sound, it's an investment in time, in money, and there is also all the socio-technical context of producing a soundtrack when you are an amateur. When it's the 50s, it's big equipment, so it's difficult to do sound and image together. So most of the time you need to convince a friend or two to do a film with you, or you need to work within a cinema club to have some assistance. And so there is a social element in the producing of a sound movie. And yes, and it's nice to produce the soundtrack, but then if you have the sound, it's also to show the movie with the sound, to screen it. And so it requires specific solutions, specific equipment to do that, and over investment in money, especially if you want to synchronize sound and image. And all these elements can be seen as obstacle in the adoption of sound by amateur filmmakers. Within this number that I showed, 70 to 80% are film made on Super 8. So with a magnetic strip. And when the soundtrack is separated, most of the time it's a quarter-inch tape. So in relation to that, there's still work to do, and to try to establish like an evolution of the use of sound with what kind of equipment and what was the ratio of sound film before Super 8. But again, we face the problem that some collections are not correctly described. And the other format are mainly that 16mm strips or 16mm magnetic tape. And we still have like but in less numbers, 9.5, 8mm, and Super 8 magnetic tape. And so this is why I've tried to define like there are the substandard formats for amateur movies, and we have also we can define like substandard sound practice. And the use of low speeds when you are on quarter-inch tape, like most of them are 9.5, but it's not rare to have like lower speed at 475 or lower. It's not rare to have different non-related recordings on the same tape, sometimes on the same track, and to also mix different speeds on the same tape or on the same track. And the use of stripped film can also be defined as a substandard sound practice. Also, DIY was common for filmmakers because they wanted to circumvent the limitation of their camera or their tape recorder. They wanted to synchronize sound and image. And so when you have the opportunity to study this equipment, it's quite important to do this because it helps to understand how they work and why this synchronization is sometimes strange in what you have. So Super 8. As you probably know, like the magnetic strip is very thin. You have different strips, but this one is just 0.03 inch. It's very thin, and the compensation track is even thinner. So you can expect not a lot of dynamic, quite a lot of background noise, a lack of high frequency, sound drops, and low and wow and flutter, which can be explained. And I'm going to come back on that. Also, it's important to know that the strip is very fragile, and it's not rare to have it like unstuck or damaged. And so it's a sound film that becomes silent if you don't have a master associated to that magnetic strip. And this strip is fragile for some reasons, because either it was done in the laboratory, like the pasting of the magnetic strip on the film, but you can also do it at home. There are different machines to do that. And depending on your technique to do the pasting of a magnetic strip, it will be more or less fragile. And some of the flaws of Super 8 stripped films are like inherent to the format. Because the recording of a strip, either you do it, you have done it, you send the film plus your soundtrack on quarter-inch tape, and it's a laboratory who is doing the reports, or you do it at home, and you do it. You can do it for the pasting, and then with your projector, you can record directly on your magnetic strip. And when you do on the projector, because of the type of motor used inside the projector, which is less stable than in a tape recorder, you will have this wow and flutter that is very characteristic of that format. But the majority of it will be inscribed directly at recording. So it's not like a consequence of aging. It's a consequence of how sound was recording on this magnetic strip. And we can have a comparison of the quality of the sound between Super 8 with this magnetic strip and a Super 8 with the quarter-inch tape. Just a few words maybe to introduce the film. So it is Femme Agricultrice. So it's a woman agricultrice, a woman farmer. It's a film made in '73 by the, as you can see, atelier de création audiovisuelle, which is an audiovisual workshop. It is an organization that was created in Brittany at the end of the 60s to train people who were interested in making film. And so they welcome them and they tutor these people in their films. And so this film, Femme Agricultrice, we don't know who made it. And it's like a very social, very feminist film. And probably one of the first, maybe the first film in France to be dedicated to women in agriculture. And it starts with a song. The song is in French, but it is a Breton song, and it is about a woman with it's like a dramatic song about a woman who is wondering, okay, I am a kid, I'm working in the field. When will I stop to work in the field? Maybe when I will grow up. I grow up, I'm still working in the field. Maybe if I find a husband, I will stop. I have found an husband, but I'm still in the field. Maybe if I'm pregnant, I will not go in the field. I am pregnant and I am in the field. Maybe when I be old and I'm old, I'm still in the field. Maybe when I will be dead and okay, I'm dead and I'm no longer in the field. So the typical sound quality of a magnetic strip on the Super 8, lack of volume, lack of dynamic, no high frequencies or not so much, and this bow and flutter that is extremely present. And the same film, but with the quarter-inch tape. So you can see the difference. Spectrum much more open.
J'irai peut-être plus au champ. peut-être plus au champ. Voilà la belle vieille, elle va toujours au champ. Adieu nos amourettes, adieu donc pour longtemps. Je voudrais être morte, j'irai peut-être plus au champ. Je voudrais être morte, j'irai peut-être plus au champ. Voilà la belle morte, elle ne va plus au champ. Adieu nos amourettes, adieu donc pour longtemps.
And then the film continues. You can watch it on the website of the Cinémathèque de Bretagne. It's a 20-minute documentary. That is very interesting. But here, so we were quite lucky to have this quarter-inch master tape. And so when you don't have this kind of master tape, some restoration software like Isotope or Cheddar are very efficient to remove warp and filter. Then the manual is going to explain a bit like the tape recorders, how they work, because the majority of the archivists I met don't exactly know how to handle this kind of equipment. And so this is the different like magnetic head that you can have. But well, the head track is quite rare to have. This is for the quarter-inch format, and also to understand better the kind of equipment, the kind of material that you have, because there are quite like false commercials when they sell you something like this and tell you that it's 4 tracks, but a stereo tape recorder, which is quite contradictory. But it's just that you can isolate one track from the stereo, and to record like the two tracks of the stereo, you can record them independently. And so you flip the track, the tape, you can record the other stereo. And so at the end, you have 4 tracks, but at one moment, you can only access 2 different tracks. While on a true 4-track recorder like this kind of head, at every moment, you can access all the 4 tracks. So it's going to explain this, all the low speeds, etc. The importance to service the equipment, and because as you can see on the left, you probably know this, but which is in English like it is the feeding tape, the feeding reel, and the okay, yeah. And you can see that the motor is not well set because the tape is very badly rolled. While when you have a correctly set recorder, like on the right, a badly rolled tape can be very nicely done after just a passage. And the importance also of cleaning the equipment and just cleaning between this is a dirty head. We don't have a lot of volume. There is absolutely no high frequency, even mid frequencies.
Oh.
So it's quite complicated to understand what is on this tape, but you clean the head of your tape recorder.
Falco Peregrinus, France.
And so you understand that it's a bird catalog. And probably taken from a disc because we can hear like the tracking.
Oh.
Like and so birds in France and Morocco. So one example about that. We are going to provide a comparison between tape recorders because, like in all the manuals that exist for sound recording, for the restoration of the sound and or for the digitization, they advise to use very nice tape recorders like a Studer, etc., which are very expensive, as you know. And because I'm dealing with small organization which don't have the financial power to buy such equipment, maybe they're going to buy something different and like a small reverse or a Ewer or something else. And so we are going to provide like a comparison so you can know that you should go toward this objective of having a Studer or the equivalent. But if you can't, this is the result that you're going to have with, as you can see, a much more background noise. The buzz is more present, but still you are still going to preserve the material. A side project that appeared during the postdoc is about vinegar syndrome, and which is quite present on the 60mm step mag, so the 60mm magnetic tape, as you can see. These are different examples, and we can see that, as you probably know already, with all this white powder and white on the tape. And sometimes it's there is a lot of deposit, as you can see on the head, and there's deposit everywhere on the scanner. And of course, the result is that the sound is very dull, absolutely no frequency, no high frequencies. And we're going to listen to that one. Yeah.
130 mètres carrés, 25 minotypistes fondent chaque jour les quelques 45 000 lignes nécessaires à la réalisation du journal.
So you have sound, but of very bad quality. And so the idea was, can we find a method to clean the tape in order to restore the content? So the hypothesis was that the original content is still present on the tape, just it is not accessible because of this vinegar syndrome. So we teamed with some chemists to try to understand better what was this vinegar syndrome, the white powder that was on the tape. Surprisingly, there is not a lot of studies that is published about all this and about the analysis of the tapes and about this white powder. So this is first the analysis of the tape. So we can see like below is all the additive and the percentage of that we can see with an infrared spectrum analysis of the tape. And this is the analysis of specifically the white powder. And we can see that it is triphenylphosphate phosphate in a very pure form. And this is one of the plasticizers, one of the main plasticizer that is used. And so it is that one that is used to give flexibility to the tape. And this is the one that is exuding from the tape. And because it is exuding, it is the main one to use to give flexibility to the tape, as it is no longer present inside. It is because of this that the tape becomes brittle and can break very easily. And so we here examples of how and from where this triphenylphosphate phosphate exude from the tapes, and it's from the side, from the perforation, and we can see like the ray of dispersion of the triphenylphosphate phosphate. And it goes on the magnetic layer because the tape is rolled. And so I think it's quite clear that the way it moves. And then there is, but this degradation is not responsible for the typical odor that we have. This is for the vinegar that we smell comes from an over degradation with the triacetyl cellulose, but through degradation, at the end, you have acid acetic plus cellulose. And so this is here, this is the base material of the tape that is degrading. So you have two different degradation happening at the same time. Instead of using like isopropyl alcohol, because on some tapes, and quite often, in fact, we didn't have very good results with it. And so we, looking at the literature, for sticky shell syndrome, cyclometicon is advised, notably by Richard S. And cyclometicon is emollient, moistener, antistatic, quite used in cosmetic for the skin for a silky touch. And so we, because on sticky shell syndrome, it has an effect, so why not on vinegar syndrome? And so we tried it, and this is before, and this is after. And so you can see that the spectrum is entirely restored. And the beginning, it was just the beginning of a film that was like touched by the vinegar syndrome. And so we have these gradients with the beginning, with no dynamic, no high frequencies, while at the end, the magnetic tape was in good shape, and we can listen to the difference. So this is it is here. Sorry, yeah. I was wondering why I had this. That. Org. Basically. So this is just the beginning of the spectrogram that we have here.
Instrument de musique. Instrument de grand, le plus complet et le plus complexe des instruments de musique.
So we can see like no dynamic. The voice is quite hard to understand, and this is just after a cleaning. So the cleaning is done like with a film roller and a tissue with cyclometicon, and you do this. So it's quite fast to do, and just you do it one time and then directly in the scanner.
L'orgue est le plus grand, le plus complet et le plus complexe des instruments de musique.
So you have restored the entire contents of the tape. Another example.
Ainsi, sur une surface de 130 mètres carrés, 25 linotypistes fondent chaque jour les quelques 45 000 lignes nécessaires.
So we don't understand anything. The voice, there is no, again, not the volume, etc. And this is after.
Qu'il a pour mission de transformer en ligne plomb. Ainsi, sur une surface de 130 mètres carrés, 25 linotypistes fondent chaque jour les quelques 45 000 lignes nécessaires à la réalisation du journal.
Again, the content is entirely restored. And so this is a comparison with a tape treated with isopropyl alcohol and with cyclometicon. So on some tapes, the isopropyl has absolutely no effect, while with cyclometicon, we restore the entire content again. Still, there are some effects that we are starting a new project to understand better why cyclometicon has these effects. As you can see here, on Continent Blanc, which is a film made in Antarctica in the 50s with Expédition Polaire Française, the polar expedition team with Pauline Victor. And you can see that so the tape was in a relatively good shape, but we put like some cyclometicon, and you can see that on the transients frequency here, there are a lot of amplification because we have like frequency that more than 30 kilohertz, which is like quite surprising on a tape recorded in 57. And we have this kind of on a few tapes, it's like 5% of the tapes we had, we treated with cyclometicon, we have this effect on transients, which are amplified a lot. And yes, so cyclometicon was very nice to use, but it is a silicon-based product, so a petrochemical derived. It is bioaccumulating. It is an possible endocrine perturbator. There are different kinds of cyclometicon, as you can see, and some of them are quite bad for health, and some of them start to be forbidden, and some are like in Canada is all of them are forbidden now. So we search for different solutions that could be used that are more eco-friendly and biosource. And so we found some like with BASF, which is based on coconut and kernel oil that are sources from Asia, with Inolex and Cepic, based on sunflower seeds sourced in France and Germany. And we had exactly the same results as with cyclometicon. Also, they are not all equivalent between themselves and between the cyclometicon. For instance, the Cepic hemoglobin leaves a greasy layer on the scanner, and so after you need to clean all the machine, which is not very practical because it's quite an empty process. For Inolex, I.AM in France, so in Europe, and the exclusive distributor is Ingredient Store in the UK. And then there was Brexit with new taxes and postage. And so the bottles of Inolex, we bought two, like each bottle was 21 and 23 euros for 250 millimeters. So it was quite cheap. But I ended up of paying more than 130. And there are like the postage and the taxes and postage were 3 times more than the product itself. So at least if you are in Europe and not in the UK, it's not very practical to use that. But it is an American brand, so maybe if you are in the US, it will be different. And also Inolex is slightly greasy, not to the point that you need to clean the scanner after, but still. And also it has an effect on the Scotch tape that is used for the to edit and make editings on your film. And it tends to affect the quality. And so, but usually you will need to replace all of them to avoid the film to break in the scanner during the digitization. And also, Cetiol and Lexfil, both of them tend to push the triphenyl phosphate, so this plasticizer that is exuding into the perforation, which can impair the running of a scanner. We use a laser graphic, and so maybe on other scanner, the problem will not exist, but for the laser graphic, sometimes the machine has quite difficulties to follow the film. And so it's because also like BASF, Cepic, Inolex, Inolex maybe less, but Cepic works with Total Energy, BASF, again, a very big petrochemical industry. So we started to search for something that will not rely on this very big multinational, and which could be like very easily and cheap, and you can find on a lot of places. And so we tried with aloe vera. And so we've also like some cosmetic products, and we have very good results. We still need to refine the formula, especially the dry oil for the that you need to add, and to find an oil that could be like a biosource, biodegradable, cheap, possibly organic, and easily findable. We are still going on ongoing tests, but you will be informed as soon as we have something good. Also, we tried these products on images because it was on sound, what I showed, and on images, it was quite spectacular too. So on the left is the traditional cleaning with the propyl alcohol, and on the right is with Inolex. So it's a 9.5 film, as you can see, a silent one. So it works very well. We did not have the opportunity to try the comparison with other products used in wet gates, such as the perchlorate, ethylene, etc. Because these products are quite difficult to add. This in France, you need specific license to buy them, and then to you can break that. Yeah, it's quite difficult to have a license to do this because it's like a very bad product for human and for nature. Huh? So Inolex works quite well on image. So yeah, so that was for this side project about vinegar syndrome that appeared during the postdoc. And so back to the manual now about the sound chain digitization. And the manual will explain to this small organization how to build the correct sound chain, how to have good listening conditions, and the importance of training the ears of the archivist to recognize if there is a flow, from where, does it come from the recording, the sound chain, where in this sound chain. And then here, visualizers are efficient, useful, but it is not sufficient, and you have to work with your ear to understand how it works. And again, we are going to present comparison tests because, as I said a few times already, as sound is a poor relation in this small organization, and so they are not well equipped in sound equipment. And so we're going to provide digitization comparison between one made with a Zoom, which I saw several times, and with a more decent acquisition card with an ARMI. Which is the one that was bought by the Cinémathèque de Bretagne, because the Cinémathèque de Bretagne don't have the financial power to buy like a very nice Apollo card or Universal Audio. But the RME is still a very decent equipment. And again, it's like to preserve and then to restore, and just to see where you are on the scale. And again, about listening and the importance of training your ear. There are more and more solutions about visualization, but dealing with sound is more like your ear. And so it's nice to train your ear and also to understand that we have listening habits nowadays with the digital sound that are completely different than the listening habits from the 50s, 60s, 30s, where the equipment was very noisy. And so when you are restoring the film, the sound, always to be aware about what you are like gaining in your restoration, especially with the use of automatic equipment, AI equipment that are most of the time based on voice, because they are designed for broadcast, for cinema. And to erase all the background noise, all the noises is, especially in amateur cinema, could be also the erasing of a lot of social context, a technical context, an historical one, and even geographical context. We have several examples in the collections where the speed of the magnetic tape was a bit, or the sound was a bit strange, the timbre of the voice, it was a bit low, and it was because it was a French tape recorder that has been brought to the US, so different mains frequency. We use 50 Hertz in Europe and 60 in US. And so with a tape recorder, French tape recorder brought in the US and plugged, the motor was running faster. And so it was, when you play back the tape in France, it will run a bit slower. And so the sound will be pitched down a little. This sounds very specific, but as soon as we found one tape, 2 weeks after, we had 2 other tapes that appear with us exact same, not problem, but specific same case. So yeah, digital restoration, and to be aware about that a flow can have a lot of signification. And so to be used again to listen to noise. And then there are case studies that will be presented. This is a very nice one with Jean-Martin, who made all his films were some films from he started in the 50s. This is his original equipment that has been preserved and that are in the collections of the Cinematheque. And he let also documents to explain how to plug the tape recorder inside the projector in order to do the synchronization. There are all these drawings that are very nice. And this is Jean-Martin. Jean-Martin was a clockmaker, as you can see in the picture, but also someone very interested in DIY. He started to build television sets at the end of the 40s and to sell them. And why don't you use yet? It's an interesting case because this is one of those when you digitize on modern equipment, nothing works. Like the images is not the right speed, the sound is not the right speed. You put it together, you find, okay, just one edit, then 2, 10, 20, and then it's just impossible to synchronize the two together. Because he had his own method of synchronizing. And it is, as a clockmaker, he was like, he wanted to be precise with time. And so he made some tests about, to test his equipment and how fast his tape recorder is going when a call starts. And after 10 minutes, when the equipment is warm, is the speed the same? And so this is the numbers that you have on the left. He did the same with a tape recorder from a friend. And so we can see that, on that one, when it's cold, so it was done in February 71. When it's cold, 120 tops. So like, well, yeah, it would be easier with the table. So 120 tops equal 118 seconds. And when the equipment is warm after 10 minutes, so the exact was 120 tops equal 110 seconds. So it's the tape recorder is running 8 seconds faster after just 10 minutes of being in function. And there is the tape that he was using to test this. And this is a very nice example. And where is he? So we have a clock in the background. It is in French, I'm not sorry to speak about, to explain what's going to do.
L'enregistrement a été fait avec le magnétophone froid, n'ayant pas encore tourné. Pendant 2 minutes, nous allons entendre les secondes. Toutes les 5 secondes ou 10 secondes, je ferai un top.
So it's going to do tops every 5 seconds, and the 5 seconds of the clock.
Attention au départ dans 3 secondes. Top. 5. Top. Attention.
So he does that for 2 minutes with the tops of the clocks that we are hearing. And you can see that the seconds is well, like hearing the clock and looking at the counter does not correspond. Which is also an interesting question about the relativity of a second and how it can be stretched. And also how did the set his clock to define what is a second. I don't exactly know how clockmaker in the 50s was this setting his clock to, okay, this is 1 second is like this. I don't exactly know. If you have information of this, we'll be interested. And so he does that for 2 minutes and another time, and the tape is very interesting because like it appears in the middle of something else because the end of the tape is with music that is absolutely related. And on the other track of that tape is a soundtrack of one of these films. So. And so because we were lucky to have the equipment, we were we could witness the how we modified it. And so on the left is the projector of Jean-Martin, and on the middle is the same model, but not modified. And you can see that Jean-Martin has pierced the motor of his projector. And this is the tape recorder. And he made also a hole in order to use like a metal hose to connect the two together. And so the two motors were running at the same speed, which explains why the tape is not running at either 9.5 or 19. It's a specific speed that is that derives from the projector. And to avoid any error, in fact, he has also modified the projector by removing the option of setting, because on this Eraphone, you can put it at 9.5 or 19, and he suppressed that possibility. And so the tape recorder only run at not 9.5, it's like a 9, 8.6, 7, very strange speed. Because, and when you use the equipment, the synchronization of this film, it directly works. Another case study with l'orgue, but it's always 50 minutes, so I'm going too fast. So on the importance to search for the different elements that you can have. And here it's between an optical track and a magnetic track. Magnetic track with vinegar syndrome is the one I show. And another one with Jean Fraisse, films on Super 8, sound on cassettes, or sound on the magnetic strip of the Super 8. But this case study more because he has a very good collection of soundscapes. He had an island on the Morbihan, Gulf in Morbihan, called Britannics of Brittany. And he made plenty of recordings of the birds, of the boats passing, the wave, the wind. Very beautiful recordings made on cassettes. And so this example to show that quite often you can have like sound collection that are associated with films, but sounds that is autonomous and very interesting to access. The manual will show also degradation tests that I have run by putting a magnetic tape into a bucket of seawater, and then the bucket was left in the garden, so it rained, etc. A tape was buried in the soil, and one was just left exposed to the elements for more than a year. And so we can see that the spider has found its own inside. I just removed all this from the water, the soil, etc. So we'll soon know the results of this degradation, if there are degradation. And the real supporting website, soundofamateurcinema.org, will exist to support the manual, to show like the listening example, the comparison tests, or the work with the vinegar syndrome, restoration example, etc. case studies. And all this will be out at the beginning of 2026. And with this, I am finished. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing it, and all the examples are done with the Cinémathèque de Bretagne. It's like a hand-in-hand work, but yes, I think I will be mainly doing the. Not sure if I will have the finance to pay someone to do all the website. I will do it. Yeah.
So this is very I like to know more when you experiment with the for example, the chemical is we have a chance and that then
that's a very good question. We started like the cyclometry contest and the alternatives last year, and so it started, I think, in February 24, and so cyclometricon and the other are no effect on the check. It's not going to degrade. We have tested this with the chemist, and it's completely neutral for the magnetic layer, etc. And so we did it on more around 50 to 60 tapes, and they are, after a year, the effect is still here, so we can scan it again with the same results. And yeah, so we have like a 1 year and a half of vision on that. Maybe a question on the chat now. I'm not sure. It's showing on the screen. No, it was you writing like this. Yeah, good. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, please go ahead.
How do you understand the number of contacts after you use the
Yeah. Because with dry tissue to clean the machine to remove the greasy parts, and the film again with a film roller and to remove the excess of the product. Maybe it was greasy because we put too much of it, but with cyclometricon, Inolex, and the BASF Cetiol, we did not have this problem, even if the tissue was quite like a lot of on it, because it's quite volatile. It disappeared very fast, in fact. And it was very specific, the greasy part for with Cepic, and so it was with a dry one that we cleaned it.
And so I'm going to give you that so that you can have those products that we treated every time.
Yeah, definitely. Like it's what I said. After 1 year and a half, the effect of what we put on it are still present. So we can directly, if we scan it again, the spectrum will be here, and the degradation has not restarted. So we need to see after 5 years if it's going to change that.
Any other question? Okay, then I have a question. Can you go to slide number 19, I think it is.
19?
Yeah, you're showing the different watering space formats.
Yeah.
I think it was 19.
17.
17, sorry. Yeah, okay. So suppose now you don't have the money to buy all the different formats and everything, and you need to do some kind of compromise, right?
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Right. So suppose sometimes you get tapes in half-inch format like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And sometimes you get tapes in like 2-track, 4-track 2-channel like G. Okay. So if you had to use the same machine for both of them, what's your procedure for doing it?
I'm going to add that it's interesting to have a different range of tape recorder. And when you are buying like a not big extruder, but small reworks, or even like a commercial grade tape recorder like a Royal Deluxe which is like for amateurs, but still a very interesting machine because it's not that bad and it's very powerful to access all the speeds, even the very low ones. And you can access the mono track, the stereo track. And test has been done, like Federica Besson has published an article about this kind of comparison between F and G, and when you want to digitize everything on one pass, and there are no difference when you scan it, and when you digitize the sound in reverse and you flip it like digitally, there is no error artifacts of
Have you ever considered, and if your budget ever allows, then buy a 4-track machine like number H? Okay. In that case, if you have a 4-track
a 4-track
like H,
yeah.
But if you have a 4-track 2-channel tape like G, then you can get all 4 tracks in one pass.
Yeah, this is interesting to have a 4-track. Effectively, we do this quite often, in fact, because it's much faster to do this. And so yeah, we have the 4-track. And for the acquisition of equipment, it's quite related to what Pedro was saying this morning. The Cinematheque has the luck to be in Brittany, and Brittany is a very strong cultural region in France. And so a lot of people are very happy to give, especially the Breton, because they know that the Cinematheque is here. Okay, I'm going to give this equipment because this is Bretagne, and so I want my equipment to be used here. And so it happened that the Cinematheque is very rich in equipment-wise. And so we have, and all this equipment has been given to and sometimes we are very good surprised because it's also the Cinematheque is very active to collect films. And so to collect films and to collect equipment with the filmmakers, with the heirs of the filmmakers, and with with a cinema club, the Cine Club. And sometimes the Cine Clubs, depending on the city, they were quite rich. And so they bought very high level equipment. And so it was 3 months ago, there was a Stella box that entered the collection of the Cinematheque. Stella box, I don't know if you know, but it's portable tape recorder that are of very, very high quality, Nagra and above Nagra. And so it was given to the Cinematheque. And it's something that cost like 10,000 to buy it. And we need to service it, but still we can. And we have it's the butterfly head that is put on it, and with plenty of steel accessible. So it is in working order. It just have to be set precisely. But the importance maybe to go in the federal direction to be present locally into a territory and to collect films, to collect sound recordings. And through time, you are like identified doing this, and people directly call you to, like, I have this, like, I'm interested, etc. And sometimes you are very good surprise with Stella box, but also with all the equipment for Kodacolor, etc. Just given.
Okay. So there's no more questions in the chat either. Oh, yes. There are 4 tracks, and they're all 4 tracks in one pass. Yes, I mean, there's pretty much answered that. And there are special machines, and the 4-track machines which can get all 4 tracks in one pass. Before that, thank you for the presentation. So we need to get your head, but I will get
Yeah, I'm looking at that. This is with a 4-track machine, 4-track tape recorder we can have.
Thank you for the presentation. From Wang at 303.
If there are 2 degradations happening on the film, what method of equipment did you use to get around the degradation of the film?
It was with Chromaticon, and they derived of Chromaticon, and it's just that we some to clean it was just by the product on a tissue, and you with a film you roll it, and so it's just the time of rolling the film by hand, and it's done like this. And it's useful for the tryptophan phosphate for the degradation of triacetate into acid acetic and cellulose. This degradation is not producing a deposit that is going to be on the mammoth head. And
if there's no more questions, let's give another round of applause for Robert, please.
Thank you.
So that closes this session. So at 3:30, I think we have the closing speech downstairs. Before that, if you want to copy this or anything.
Thank you, Ali.
That was a great presentation.
Cool, thank you.
Very interesting. And
Yeah, can I exit
yes,
my
of course.
before I forget?
So let's make sure you go home with that. That would be.
Yes, this is in the You want me to close the PowerPoint?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. And stop sharing maybe?
Yeah, anything that had more research is trying to summarize.
Bye, guys.
That's really